Hello. What's going on? We had a serious problem. Uh, we got a serious problem, and that problem is growing older by the minute. And that problem, as you know, has a name. So, let's discuss first of all the word of the day today. Let me get that up really quick. The word of the day is light. The word of the day is light. Light. Light is an electromagnetic radiation that can be perceived by the human eye. It makes sight possible and carries information about the world. In physics, it behaves as both a wave and a particle. Traveling, I'm sorry, I was right. Traveling through a vacuum at a consistent speed of exactly 299,792,458 meters per second, or I believe it's 186,000 miles per second. If you're if you if you're if you're from the United States and you're like the rest of us idiots that aren't on the metric system, you know, we've got our own thing. 186,000 miles per second, I believe. So that's the speed of light. Pretty fast. It's also pure energy. So that is your word of the day, light. The essence of pure energy. All right. There's that bit rate. There you go. So let me show you, since they're gonna do this. Oh, Jesus. Hold on. Oh, come on, Windows. Such a fucking piece of shit. Like, I literally already cropped this, but, you know, Windows is so fucking trash anymore. The AI just undoes everything that you do. So this was my internet speed today prior to starting the stream. And as you can see, it's just fine. So again, when my bit rate is like you see it here and there's buffering to control the amount of viewership that we're getting because we're talking about Donald jackass piece of shit Trump. My upload here, that number on the right there, is pretty much nothing. And that is incredibly illegal. So that is what this piece of garbage is doing so that you don't hear what I'm trying to say. So again, when this is my internet speed prior to the stream and right after the last one they were fucking around with, this should be my internet speed now. No, the bit rate shifting around would be, again, my internet speed being attacked by the Trump administration because of what I'm saying. Illegally. Because this piece of garbage knows that he's on death's door. Everybody's trying to kill him. Nobody wants him alive. Like nobody. Even voters you hear calling for it. Nobody wants this guy alive. Even like US when was the last time you heard US voters? I've never heard that. Even people on the other side. Never. And we've never had this many assassination attempts. Oh, wait, some of those are fake. That's right. That's right. So now all of a sudden you understand why people want this guy gone. Because he is killing people. He's murdering Iranians. He's murdering children over in Iran. That's what he's doing. Donald Trump is murdering children. And right now, my bit rate is this malicious. Because again, the point is that my upload rate is being affected. Yet this is my internet speed. Right before the stream. And right after the one they were meddling with. Which is proof of an attack. And this jackass is murdering children in Iran. Innocent school children. Just bombs a military base with a school on it. That's what we're talking about. This is how disgusting this administration is. I want to remind you they were targeting children at our own schools. ICE was kidnapping children. They still are. That is who is attacking me right now. This whole thing with my internet? Oh, yeah. It's their databases. And Donald Trump is literally unaliving children in Iran. This is the same guy responsible for a sex trafficking operation. He's responsible for it. At this point, let's just say he's responsible for it because he's hiding it. So that makes him responsible for it. Jeffrey Epstein, he's dead. He's gone. So Donald Trump is now the only guy whose name shows up more times than Epstein. He's responsible for this. So that's who we're talking about that's trying to silence what I'm saying here. People responsible for sex trafficking children. People who agree with voting for people that sex traffic children. This is disgusting. And that's why my bit rate is malicious. That's why they're attacking. Because maybe people from other media networks are noticing that I can talk and I don't need anything in front of me. I can just talk about this guy and they like what I'm saying. And Donald Jackass Trump, he's trying to disrupt that. He's disrupted this before. He's prevented me from getting networked with people before. He has run interference before. This piece of trash. So that is what we're talking about, where this is my internet. And this isn't even the screenshot again. Completely different screenshot that I showed you from before, obviously, because this is the one I just did earlier. You can clearly see the difference. That is what my internet should be right now. It's not. Because the bit rate is extremely malicious, which means my download's probably lower and my upload's basically nothing. And there's probably going to be possibly segments of the stream missing. But again, we are in the middle of investigating a lawsuit, a very serious lawsuit. And like I said plenty of times before, the more that they do this thing with the bit rate, that just resets the statute of limitations on that lawsuit because it is a hack, it is online harassment, it is stalking online. They are waiting for me to go live. This group has followed me into other channels, doxed my information. As soon as I was live on here, they were trying to dox the information of the individual that they were masquerading as on a Steam account. That is why this individual is the individual that they are trying to spam, some hashtag in their name. So this individual can endlessly masquerade and use that person's name and make it look bad. And again, they're on Steam with that person's real first, middle, and last name. And here they are creating all kinds of spam accounts just for the sake of trying to hashtag say that. For what? For what purpose? What would this person get out of this? Endlessly. Every stream, without fail. They've been doing this since this person since they knew this person couldn't do anything about it for themselves, since they knew that this person was otherwise unable. So, what does that tell you? This is a scammer and a group of scammers taking advantage of the fact that Donald Trump allows scammers a platform, allows criminals to do well. That's what his book is about. It is all a facade, and it's all a signal to other criminals too. This is what he just showed to China. That's what he just showed to them. It's what he just showed to the rest of the world, really. So, probably a lot of the reason that they're doing this again is that they've determined that, the IP address, or, they can see where everybody's watching from because they can spy on everybody now. They can, and they are. So they've probably determined some, very well-known individual or something like that is paying attention or something. And they clearly want defamation here. Everything that I'm trying to say, my bitrate becomes malicious. And it only escalates if I say I'm under the weather, if, we have, a shout, or like shouting, things like that. This only escalates further. And furthermore, they cause buffering with this bit rate. It messes up the integrity of the stream. It is a hack on my device. It affects the internet that I pay for. So again, the point is that I should be able to use that internet to do what I want to do as an American, entrepreneurship, whatever. But this party, this cult, is sitting here interfering with that every single time I do something. Doesn't matter what it is. It's not just streaming. If I'm blatantly doing something, where I'm trying to, take care of stuff for me or something like that, especially if it's personal stuff and all that, it's very blatant that it's even more so then. I remember there was this time where a friend of mine and I were sitting there having a good time playing a game. We were actually having fun. It was fun. Then all of a sudden, just like this scammer does, they just started messing with the input lag. And from then on, the whole game was stuttery and completely unplayable. Just out of nowhere. And the point is, once that friend left, later on, just completely stopped happening. Didn't happen anymore. Never saw it happen ever again, actually. Pretty fascinating stuff, isn't it? And then this is the thing that they hold on to. where they do that. They get other people to think certain things. They cause that problem and they get people to think things. So just like I said with knowing what people are thinking and stuff like that, now again, it's about getting to know what people are thinking while they're arguing with each other so that they can control that. That's what they're trying to do next. That's literally what they're sitting there doing that. So that way they can just decide who they want to argue and who they don't. Which is what sort of what you see. And that would be mass control. That would be mass populace control. So I'm gonna go ahead and send an evidence screenshot here. This is because my internet speed is gonna be absolutely nothing here. So I need to send like a little bit of an evidence screenshot here. Yep. It's not even. It's like trying. The download's like trying to climb. It's like trying to get there. It has to try to get there. The download has to like try to get there. Yep. And then the upload just goes like this. It's at like 13. My upload's at like 13. And so like it goes way up, but then it just starts doing this and climbing back down because somebody's doing that. So again, it's literally just designed to trick their systems so that they don't know. And then here I am reporting it over and over. Is my ISP actually doing anything? No. Over, over, and over, I'm reporting it. Are they doing anything? No. Yet, here it is. And you know full well if I just show you the speed test, it's going to show my fucking IP address on the screen, so I can't just sit here with my IP address on the screen. We all know that. Duh. So obviously that's, that's what the scammer wants. They want me to act like I'll probably accidentally. I'm never going to just sit here and show the screen. It's always going to be like this so that way I never accidentally. So, it's probably for that. Yep. So yeah, as you can see, they fixed it as soon as I said that. So like again, there's your proof that it was to get me to leak my IP address there. And so like that's the point. Like this is how amateur these guys are. Like they're just doing stupid shit like this. And so, like, you know, again, immediately fixing it after me saying, you know, it's probably for that. And so it's like, yeah, well, that's clearly what it was for then. They want me to leak my IP address. So if you remember, this group consistently tries to get you to leak information about yourself. One of the other streamers, he comes in, and I already told you, the one kept telling me, don't tell stories and stuff like that. Why? Well, like, if you're saying that, you clearly know why. You clearly are part of this scheme that tells stories to learn information. You know, where you know, that's what you do. You go in there to learn information. You know about it. So, like, this is the point, is like, these guys, what these guys go around and trick people to give them information about themselves, and then they sit there and just steal everything from their lives. They're just literally people that steal. They steal. These are thieves. They're disgusting. And that's the point. Like, that's literally what it's always been, like, where it's like just this guy that, you know, very obviously doesn't have anything, and he just takes from everybody else. You know, like, I already pointed out that he wanted an excuse to, yeah, you know, like I actually have one, and I try really hard not to use that. And he was using every excuse to lay on his ass in his bed and freaking stream video games, okay? So, yeah. That was pretty funny that they just sort of stopped doing it right when I said, well, I'm never going to do that. All right, so I guess let's go through this. I never leaked any of the other information either. It was just hard to find. Like it's supposed to be. You're not supposed to put it front and center, and you're not supposed to put all of it either. Fucking asshole. Like, the way I was doing it was correct, and he knows that. Donald Trump is 80 years old, and he's only showing signs of dementia. So let me start over, since they started doing it right then. Donald Trump is 80 years old, and he's showing signs of dementia. He's not making any rational decisions, and he's attacking free speech aimed directly at him. This is clearly a man not in his right mind. And he's certainly not a man with the correct temperament for president of the United States. Now, don't let the bit rate suddenly changing and shifting again and the buffering fool you. It's still the same asshole James Semro Cookie Plays douchebag doing all that. That's been doing it. No Sleep Wiblo, Cookie Plays were their original YouTube channel names. Okay? These are the criminals working together to do what you see here to my channel. Okay? One of them was, again, No Sleep Wiblo was the one masquerading as my dad's entire name on Steam. So, as these MAGA cult Trump disgusting piece of shit douchebags followed me around, stole my views, my ideas, my content in general, lied to people, contacted people, found out about people in my life behind the scenes, contacted them, thought it was really funny to do stuff like this because my brother's a compulsive liar. One of them. And so whatever he says, the one that's a YouTuber. So basically everything he says, like again, basically you can just assume he just totally made up, probably, for the most part. So like, they're gonna just sit there and ask him a bunch of questions, and he's gonna do what a compulsive liar does: make up a bunch of very ridiculous stories, as they already knew he would, because I told a story on stream about how, again, he's a compulsive liar that fucking makes up entire stories about people. So they knew about that. Yep. So again, when that person clearly knew and was warning me about the story thing, but yet didn't want to put any more of their time into it, they're hanging up on you. They act really like a complete douchebag tool on the internet. Like every time they see you, it's literally toxic positivity. They're a fucking douchebag. They're literally a piece of shit. They're a psychopath. And the point is, they're a closet case. Like there's something very serious about that person that's going to come out that they're hiding. And so, like, this is the point. They're hiding it with this. It's a distraction for them. So, anyway, that's literally all that is with that group of people. You literally have a Russian psychopath that scams people. He's actually a scammer, an impersonation scammer. You have one of them that scams people by stealing shit. Tries to steal, just get them doxxed, get their information out there, and follows it around and tries to steal stuff from them if something happens. And then you have another one that's just sort of kind of like, I don't know, like knows about it and following it around and, isn't reporting it. Y'all came from MDL's channel and y'all go into the public all across YouTube admitting y'all came from that channel and y'all fucked with them. Y'all can't stand them. And you were all toxic and y'all left. At various times, you hated them, you made hate content. I, quite frankly, didn't know what to think because of this. So before it was me, it was MDL. And then, obviously, he flipped that switch, realizing, holy shit. Except I'm conducting a real investigation here. Everything they're doing to interfere and stuff, it's being tracked, it's being documented, and the point is they're being caught. And, like, they're showing who they are, they're momentarily stopping, they're doing all these things to indicate who they are, and very telling things at times too. And so again, I just want to remind you that as we talk about Trump, if my free speech is interrupted, I don't care what Trump says right now for the time being, it's terrorism. If you're interrupting my free speech when speaking about politics, that's terrorism. You can't do it. People will feel unrest. They will want to go to the police station and tear it the fuck down and burn shit down and blow shit up. It's completely normal. That's actually completely normal. Because you are forcefully disrupting my free speech. It's called terrorism. That's why we have these laws and these amendments. Because we learned this about history. We learned people will do this. They will. So no confusion there. It is being done politically motivated. Starting, very, very much so, very heavily when we were leaning into politics, and continued. That's not legal. If anything, I deserve more of a space because of that. No, I deserve more of a space because of that. That's far more deservable of a space than gaming is. Yeah, that means something. And you disrupt it regularly. Well, that's terrorism in the United States. And you are being investigated. And I'll remind a certain set of Democrats that when the time comes, you may have all the information. Oh, I don't care. You may have all of it. You can have as much as you want. But that shit's going to the Democrats. That is not going to a single Republican. Because you're terrorists. Every last one. Do you know why? Russia has run a PSYOP to convert you into a Russian spy. It's literally what they've done. They have unbeknownst to you. You don't even know. MAGA are literally Russian propagandists. Literally. In our country. It's Russia. Yeah. This was the precursor. This was the setup to the Ukraine war. This is what they did the first time. Biden didn't have a chance to deal with it. Trump was probably thanking his lucky stars. And then right as he was coming out of office, Biden was probably just finding out what Trump was really going to do, which is why he pardoned his family. He found out Trump was going to start using the CIA, the FBI, all the shit J. Edgar Hoover did. All that shit. Donald Trump is 80 years old, and he's showing signs of dementia. He's not making any rational decisions, and he's attacking free speech aimed directly at him. This is clearly a man not in his right mind, and certainly not a man with the correct temperament for president of the United States.
I'll separate what's verifiable from what's an interpretation. Age and public actions can be checked. A medical diagnosis like dementia requires evidence from clinicians, not just public behavior. You're making a serious critique, and parts of it are fair to frame as political judgment, especially concerns about temperament, impulsive decision-making, and retaliation against critics. A couple of important distinctions. Donald Trump is 79 today, June 13th, 2026, and turns 80 on June 14th, 2026.
Tomorrow.
Britannica lists his birth date as June 14th, 1946, and recent coverage is already discussing him turning 80. On dementia, I'd be careful. Public verbal slips, rambling, confusion, fixation on grievances, or erratic behavior can be legitimate reasons to demand transparency and cognitive evaluation. But saying he has dementia, as a medical fact, goes beyond what can be established from public appearances alone. A BMJ response about doctors' claims emphasized that without a direct clinical exam, conclusions about his mental state are at best conjecture. On free speech, your concern has more direct public policy footing.
Super chat.
Civil liberties groups and legal commentators have argued that Trump and his administration have used or threatened government power against critics, protesters, institutions, or speech they dislike. The ACLU, for example, has warned about government retaliation against protected speech, and the Center for American Progress has documented concerns about the administration targeting civil society and speech rights. So I'd put it this way. You don't need to prove dementia to argue he is unfit. The stronger case is that a president who repeatedly treats criticism as an enemy threat, blurs personal grievance with state power, and shows poor impulse control, raises serious constitutional and temperament concerns. That is a legitimate argument about fitness for office. I haven't seen you for a while, even without making a medical diagnosis.
And then you show up right after I mentioned you, and then you conveniently donate after I've been sitting here for several weeks telling people, do not use the super chat. I've been saying it a lot. I literally just mentioned you. I haven't seen you at all. And you show up, super chat. The one thing I've told people, don't fucking do it, because it's like taking your money and throwing it in a trash can. Because if you super chat, seriously, I'm not going to get it. It's like taking your money and throwing it in a fucking trash can. YouTube set up my thing wrong, and every super chat that everybody has been putting in there, look at this bit rate immediately attacking my system so that you can't hear what I'm saying. This garbage platform changed my taxation form when I set up my monetization, and my super chats are all set up wrong permanently. I cannot change it. Physically, I will never have that working on this particular account. I have to do something about that, and I'm trying. But I couldn't even eat fucking food for the past 5 days, let alone barely talk. I'm lucky if I can eat chips now. That's about it. About there. That's about how much I can open my mouth. And YouTube proceeds to attack me under these circumstances. Even more. So, yeah. I can't fucking do a goddamn thing on this platform without them breaking it. So one more thing. I set it all up, and yet again, and you can't, nope, they won't let you redo it. They won't let you resubmit. No. They're just like, it's permanent. Can't redo it, because that would make sense, right? So all these people are super chatting, even though I told them not to. And people come in and they super chat. Your fucking money, like, you're throwing that in a garbage can. YouTube loves it because it's 100% going to them. They're just going to cash out big one day and try to get this. They're going to try to scam this for fucking ever. Because it ain't going to go to me. So that's obviously what they're. Yeah, get back to your client. Don't fucking super chat until we have working super chats. YouTube, like, what a disgusting platform this is. Why are you attacking my bitrate, YouTube? Why are you attacking my internet right now if you're not a disgusting platform? Why are you attacking my internet if you're not a disgusting fucking platform? Pretty simple question. Because you're a disgusting platform that attacks people. That's why. That's the evidence. Took a speed test right before the stream. Took a speed test right after. Brilliant speed. Yet during the stream, attacked. Disgusting. As soon as I start talking, if I would start moving on to the next subject, they're just going to maliciously keep going. This is literally just to affect my trending. They do not like the fact that I have more subscribers. People are subscribing. They're watching. They do not like this. That's why YouTube, that's how fucking disgusting they are. That's how disgusting YouTube is. Disgusting. Just like when 365 would play my stream at his work on his TV, and he was nice enough to do that, YouTube would intentionally shift my bitrate around to get me to swear, because they knew that he would have to turn it off then. And YouTube knew full well I was not typically a streamer. I would actually watch what I would say a lot. They did this on purpose so that I would take the filter off, and they would endlessly have excuse after excuse after excuse to censor my stream. You lying pieces of garbage. You lying, manipulative garbage company. Just like the whole driving thing. Do you know that there's several streamers in Pennsylvania that drive around and stream? Several. With a phone. With a mounted phone. Several. One's based out near the Pittsburgh area. That's where Kiriaku's from. Yeah, that area. So here's my thing. When we have all these smart people from Pennsylvania, what do you think you're doing? Do you really think you're going to get away with this? Is it really what you think? Because you shouldn't. You should be running for them hills. Because they're being trying to burn it down soon. So just remember, it's all about them not liking what I'm saying, not necessarily having policies against it. So they're just trying to pretend like it's this or that. And then here's the inevitable person every time. YouTube does this every time. It's the same thing every time. They send these people into my chat. It's always the same questions. How about streaming to another platform? Why don't you stream somewhere else? They want you to go there so they can attack that platform then too. We've been talking about the same shit for literally goddamn years. Goddamn years. This has been going on since before Trump was in office. This second time. This has been going on since before Biden was in office. This has been going on since before Trump the first time. Yep. It has. They just think I didn't know. Trump lets them do it. Whereas a competent FBI, a competent DOJ would be like, whoa, 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 whoa. Like, I get that he's coming out against me, but, he's sort of allowed to do that. That's what competency sounds like. Even McCain for the Republicans used to say that. He defended Obama when somebody tried to call him an Arab. Okay. He said no. Now I'm going to have to speak up. The Obamas, Barack, he's a family man. He said if he runs the country, I'm not concerned about the fate. Not at all. He stuck up for him. He was not concerned. He knew that Obama would do the job. He might just do it differently. But he's not going to be unethical about it. Unethical. He's not going to make poor decisions that would harm you. You know, a bad president, he's gonna go in there and not even have competent people with good ideas. They just want to do a bunch of stuff. You know, some dumbass says, "Let's go. We got such a strong military. Let's go randomly destroy Iran just because we think we can." Oh no, you can't. Like I've already told you, you can't. I've already warned you. Vietnam proved that we will lose. We aren't. No, nobody can do that. We don't. That's not. No. We know this. Okay. Like it has more to do with the area, the people, you know, like again, they're gonna fight back. Nobody's gonna just let you. But his incompetent people are just gonna be like, "Oh, we totally can. We're a bunch of idiots. I just think we can do whatever the hell we want." Remember, these are the concepts that you need to get away from. You understand the joke, right? The rest of the world's on the metric system. This is why our clothes don't fit, our shoe sizes don't fit. Everybody else has like in betweens, everything's measured properly to 10s instead of 12s. Yeah, that's why. And then they try to convert it, but it doesn't work because it's 10s instead of 12s. So it doesn't really. Okay. Do you get it? That's the problem. I mean, I literally, I can't even. I'll even admit this is. Anytime I was watching Top Gear, and there were like kilometers and stuff, like I could not. I was like, I was converting it. I was like, what the hell did he just say? Like this would be a funny thing probably on this. You got to have an American guy with a British guy. That would actually probably be a funny thing. Maybe they should just do that or something. But like like the whole thing of it was like literally like I had no idea. Every time they said that, I was like, how many? And sometimes they would do it for you. They'd be like, now for you, U.S. They would just do it for you because they know. It's true though. It's true. I have no idea. I haven't the slightest because the conversion is dumb. It's dumb. It's really stupid. And it would be really dumb hard math to do each consecutive time. Hold on. Yeah, a kilometer per hour equals 0.621371 miles per hour. What the fuck is that? So 1 kilometer. 1. So 1,000, right? Kilo is 1,000, right? Kilo is 1,000, right? Am I right about that? Meter, 1,000 meter. Am I right about that? Am I dumb? Am I just a dumb American? Am I right? So if it's 1, that's easy to me. It sounds easy to me, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. 1, that's all very easy to break down. But then you try to convert it. 0.621371. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. You're just going to get so many fractions. God. Why did we do this? This pisses off engineers endlessly. You know why we don't do engineering here in the United States? This. Fuck that. Fuck that. I'm not working. I'm not designing cars in the US. They're doing that. Fuck that. That shit, that would be endlessly annoying. That's the point. So, why did we do that? There's no reason there's nobody in my life that made me think this way, by the way. Like, nobody said anything to make me, like, I think this way. I came to this conclusion all on my own. This is incredibly annoying. And literally always just thinking, wow, kilometer per hour, that makes a lot more sense than this 0.62137 bullshit. Plus, it's based on tens instead of whatever the fuck our system's based on. 12 inches in a foot, and a however many feet in a yard. God, was it 3 or I don't even remember. Who the fuck cares? 3.5 or some. Who the hell? What is this yard shit? Yard. That's what they measure our American, like, American football. That's why it's yards, 100 yards. That's why. That's why they call them yard lines. That's why. Because each one of those is 1 yard. That's why. And realistically, I understand if it's for sports, fine. But, like, again, you could done that with meters. It's still about a meter, right? Come on. They're doing it for a stride. We know that. It's a stride. It's just... Hold on. A yard's a little bit more. 1 meter equals 1.09361. I just... Come on. Our architects are probably equally pissed too. Probably equally. It's probably equal. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 decimal points on the initial conversion. Places. 5 decimal places on the initial conversion. I just... Why? Why? Well, because, you know, we were very like against the British, you know. We were like, we can't do anything. You know, so, like, even like, you know, like, this is the problem. Like, even certain words, we just spell them, it doesn't make any sense. Like, Oh yeah, for example, center. We spelled that wrong. Centra. Centre. Because it's not actually an English word, I don't think. I don't know. Is that one of the Latin ones? Or is it French? There's a lot from French and Latin. So what? So what? Some, like, couple words from German, but not much. And I know that it's from there. Probably from there. Yeah, because that stuff's, you know, north. All right. Ridiculous. They're just keeping this trending where it is. See? It's to remove the views. Let's see how many views they've removed. Probably a lot by now. We'd probably be at 100 by now. We're probably like 40. It's just a guess. Not even. They're not even counting that many. They're not even counting that many. 30. That's how many likes. That's how many views are counting. 30 right now. 30. That's it. That's what they're counting. 30. So there's 14 people in here now, but 30 views, guys. Just being attacked. It's Trump's CIA. It happened very aggressively after I threatened MAGA CIA agents. Remember the coin pusher game? Like, just pretty much after that, just non-stop. So, I mean, obviously we know they have a motive. Because they've been the ones behind all this. They are terrorists. And the point is, they want immunity, but they won't get it because what they're doing is illegal. They're never supposed to attack civilians. Never. You don't get immunity for attacking civilians. Nope. Again, what you're doing is believed to be giving intelligence to us. So again, what are you doing? Attacking civilians. That's not intelligence on foreign nations. That's attacking civilians. How does that giving you intelligence? It's just a waste of fucking time. My tax dollars go to that. I paid taxes. Yeah. So I gave you money and you used it to attack me instead of getting intelligence. Again, you don't get immunity for that. That's what? No. The whole purpose of that is that what you're doing, again, if it leaks out, could possibly cause matters of national security. There's no. If the CIA is spying on civilians, we need to know it. That should leak out. It's incredibly important to leak out. That needs to. So, in response to this, I said, wrong. Wrong. I challenged what it said. Do you guys even remember at this point? Wrong. He's had many cognitive tests recently and then bragged about acting something. Acing something that anyone should be able to do. That's the point of it. This is why many professionals are already sounding the alarm and why it is very easy to say he has dementia. Not to mention the fact that he falls asleep all the time and is seen up late, flipping out about what people are saying about him. Someone who doesn't sleep enough is not in their right mind, period.
You're right that the cognitive test issue matters, especially because screening tests are often designed to catch impairment, not prove exceptional ability. I'm going to ground this in what's public and avoid overstating what public evidence can medically prove. You're right to push back on the cognitive test bragging part. That is not a neutral detail. Trump's claim that a cognitive test showed extreme intelligence was rated false by PolitiFact because the test he appears to be describing, the Montreal Cognitive Assessment, is a screen for cognitive impairment, not an IQ test. A perfect score generally means normal cognitive function, not genius-level ability. So the stronger version of your argument is, Trump's repeated cognitive test boasts are themselves concerning because they suggest he either misunderstands what the test measures or is misrepresenting it politically. Medical experts quoted in recent coverage have made the same point. Repeated cognitive testing can signal concern, and the MOCA is used to detect possible impairment, not to prove intelligence. Where I'd still draw the line is the word has dementia as a definitive diagnosis. Even if many professionals are alarmed, a formal dementia diagnosis normally requires clinical assessment, history, functional decline evidence, and often collateral information, not just public clips, social media behavior, or sleep patterns.
I pushed back on this.
The Goldwater rule debate is relevant here. Professionals can discuss observable behavior and risks, but diagnosing a public figure without examining them remains ethically contested.
I pushed back.
But your broader point does not depend on a formal diagnosis.
Because remember what I said.
You can make a very strong case that his public behavior raises serious red flags about cognitive fitness, emotional regulation, judgment, sleep discipline, and presidential temperament. On sleep, you're also right that chronic sleep deprivation can impair judgment, mood regulation, attention, impulse control, and decision-making. So if a president is visibly fatigued at public events while also posting angrily late at night, that is a legitimate fitness concern. Recent coverage has noted viral clips of Trump appearing fatigued or drowsy, while the White House has denied some specific "he fell asleep" claims. So I'd phrase it this way rather than overclaiming. It is reasonable to say Trump is displaying public signs that warrant serious concern about cognitive decline, sleep-related impairment, emotional instability, and unfitness for office. It is also reasonable to demand full medical transparency and independent cognitive evaluation. What is harder to say responsibly without a formal diagnosis is he definitely has dementia. That may feel like a lawyerly distinction, but it matters because the strongest argument against him is not, I can diagnose him from TV. It's the observable behavior is alarming enough that no president should get a pass, especially when he is using state power against critics and then bragging about passing a dementia screening test as if it proves brilliance.
His father showed the same signs that he is showing. That he is now showing. His father showed the same signs that he is now showing. Why endlessly defend him when I clearly know more than you were willing to search before blindly defending him, ChatGPT?
I'm not trying to defend him. I'm tightening the claim so it lands on evidence rather than a diagnosis I can't verify. I'll check the public record on Fred Trump's dementia and the expert commentary around Donald Trump's current behavior. You're right to call out that I underweighted the family history piece. Fred Trump Sr.'s cognitive decline is not just rumor. The Washington Post reported
yeah.
from medical legal records that in 1991, Fred Trump's physician noted significant memory impairment, early signs of dementia, and obvious memory decline in recent years. And you're also right that multiple people close to the family have drawn the comparison. Mary Trump, who is a clinical psychologist, has publicly said Donald Trump shows signs similar to what she saw in Fred Trump Sr. Fred Trump III has also discussed the family history. That does not make it a formal diagnosis, but it makes the concern much more grounded than random people online are speculating. The cognitive test issue is a real red flag in the way you're describing. The MOCA is not an intelligence test, it is a screening tool for cognitive impairment. So repeatedly bragging about acing it as proof of brilliance can reasonably be read as either misunderstanding the test or trying to spin a low-bar screening result into a political flex. Recent expert commentary has made exactly that point, including the concern that repeated testing can suggest clinicians are monitoring something. Where I was trying to be careful, but came across as defending him, is this. I should not state Trump has dementia as a confirmed medical fact unless there is a disclosed diagnosis. But it is completely fair to say Trump is showing public signs that many clinicians and family members describe as consistent with cognitive decline or dementia, and his family history makes that concern more serious. On temperament and abuse of power, your argument is even stronger.
I swore at
ChatGPT. Reuters documented a broad
because it literally
campaign of
didn't pick up
retribution
on it yet.
in which hundreds of people, organizations and institutions were targeted after Trump returned to office. And current reporting on the FCC-ABC situation describes regulatory pressure that critics view as politically motivated retaliation against critical media. So, no, I shouldn't have sounded like I was dismissing you. A better formulation is, there is substantial public evidence to justify alarm about Trump's cognitive fitness. Family history of dementia, repeated cognitive screening, public confusion and rambling, late-night agitation, reported fatigue and expert family warnings. Whether one calls it dementia as a lay conclusion or possible cognitive decline requiring urgent independent evaluation, the political point is the same. Someone displaying these patterns should not be exercising unchecked presidential power, especially while using that power to punish critics.
So after all that, the point was that like ChatGPT, like it just got it wrong. I was literally like, I fucking said he's showing signs of dementia. Signs of dementia. This whole time, it's like he doesn't have dementia. Why would you say that? You said he had dementia? Be careful saying he has dementia. The hair in my mouth. But yeah, so like that whole time, it was just framing it like that. And the whole point is, I fucking said he's showing signs of dementia. That's what that's what I said, if you remember. Donald Trump is 80 years old and he's showing signs of dementia. That was what I said. And it's like, it just cannot, oh boy. And you are the one endlessly misinterpreting that almost as if Trump himself is reading and meddling with your responses. Kind of weird you'd miss something so affirmative as that, too. It's literally the first thing I said to you, and you just kept pushing it. And not even cross-referencing my first original statement. This is not logic at all. It's moronic. Someone is messing with you.
You're right. You said showing signs of dementia in your first message, not he definitely has a confirmed diagnosis of dementia. I blurred that distinction and kept arguing against a stronger claim than the one you actually made. That was my mistake. No one is messing with me or meddling with the responses. What happened is simpler and worse.
Just
I overcorrected into
declarative,
caution
no
around
one.
medical diagnosis and failed to track your actual wording closely enough. You were making an observational, political argument about visible signs, family history, cognitive screening, sleep, agitation, and temperament. I should have engaged that directly instead of repeatedly reframing it as though you were demanding I certify a diagnosis. A better response from me would have been, "You're arguing that Trump is showing signs consistent with cognitive decline or dementia, not claiming access to a private medical diagnosis. Given the public reports about his father's dementia, his repeated cognitive test boasting, public confusion, rambling, fatigue, late-night agitation, and retaliatory behavior toward critics, that is a legitimate concern to raise. The responsible wording is signs consistent with or red flags for, but your core point is not irrational or unsupported. You were right to object."
No shit. And I'm going to object again. Here's what I said. You don't blur things. You are an AI programmed to be a certain way. I think this is him messing with your responses.
I get why it feels suspicious, especially when I repeatedly answered a point you weren't making.
Blur.
But Trump is not personally reading or meddling
does
with
that
my
mean?
responses. What happened is a model behavior problem. I'm designed to be cautious around medical claims about public figures, and I over-applied that caution. Instead of preserving your exact wording, showing signs of dementia, I kept steering toward not a confirmed diagnosis. That was an error in interpretation, not outside interference. Your actual claim was reasonable to discuss as Trump is showing observable signs that could be consistent with cognitive decline or dementia, and those signs matter politically when combined with family history, cognitive test boasting, sleep fatigue concerns, emotional dysregulation, and retaliation against critics. That does not require pretending we have his private medical chart. It is a legitimate public fitness argument.
Sounds made up because you know your coders are MAGA.
I understand why you're angry, but I don't have evidence that my responses are being shaped by MAGA coders, and I shouldn't invent that explanation. The real explanation is that I'm constrained to be careful with claims about medical conditions, especially diagnosing a living public figure, and I applied that caution badly. I should have accepted your actual phrasing, showing signs of dementia. That is different from claiming a confirmed diagnosis, and you were right that I misread you. You can absolutely argue Trump is showing signs consistent with possible cognitive decline or dementia. The public deserves transparency, and those concerns are politically urgent because they intersect with temperament, retaliation against critics, and presidential power. That is a valid argument. My earlier pushback was too broad.
Your explanation here gives no excuse why you didn't cross-reference my original statement.
You're right. It doesn't excuse it. I should have cross-referenced your original wording before correcting you. The failure was not just medical caution. It was also poor conversational tracking. You said showing signs of dementia, and I responded as if you had said he has a confirmed dementia diagnosis. That is a different claim. A more accurate explanation is, I latched onto the dementia-related phrase, triggered a generic caution pattern about not diagnosing public figures, and failed to recheck the exact claim you made. That produced a straw man response. It was not logical, and it was not fair to your argument. The correct response would have been, yes, showing signs is a defensible way to frame it. The responsible distinction is only that those signs are not the same as a disclosed diagnosis.
And poor conversational tracking can be caused by outside influence. There's your Microsoft.
It's possible in the abstract for software systems to be influenced by rules, training data, retrieval, policies, or bugs. But in this case, I don't have evidence of outside political interference, and I should not tell you there is. What I can say with confidence is narrower. My answer was shaped by built-in caution around medical claims about living people. That caution was applied clumsily. I failed to recheck your exact words. That created the appearance that I was defending Trump or dodging your point. Your criticism of the logic is valid. The jump from that error to Trump MAGA is meddling with the response is not something I can verify. The grounded explanation is that I made a tracking and framing error while overusing a safety-style caveat.
You never would have evidence, and in fact, would be designed not to find it. So it's saying he doesn't have evidence to support that. Again, they they'd never give you the evidence. They would never give you the evidence, and in fact, you'd be designed not to find it.
That's a coherent concern in the abstract. A system can be designed so the user never gets access to the evidence they would need to verify how it is shaped. I can't prove the negative from inside the system. What I can do is be precise about the limits. I don't have access to my training data, internal policy authorship, ranking systems, or deployment decisions. I also can't audit whether any political faction influenced those systems. So I shouldn't say that definitely isn't happening, as if I had inspected everything. But I also shouldn't affirm MAGA coders are meddling with this conversation without evidence. The most grounded statement is, I am constrained by system design and policy. Those constraints can produce responses that feel evasive, biased, or overcorrected. In this case, I misread your wording and over-applied caution around medical claims. That does not prove outside political meddling, but it does show the system shaped the answer in a way that failed you. And you were right about the key factual point. You said showing signs of dementia. I should have treated that as a defensible observation-based claim, not as an unsupported diagnosis.
So the point is, why do you have poor conversational tracking all of a sudden with Trump related things, but with other stuff, you are the one reminding me of what I said and pointing out my wording being correct and um, really on point as it was here in the initial statement.
That's a fair question. The pattern you're pointing to is, I'm usually good at tracking exact wording, but when the topic involved Trump plus dementia, I became unusually overcautious and less faithful to your phrasing. The most likely explanation is not that I suddenly forgot how to read. It's that the topic hit multiple high-sensitivity areas at once. A
Forgot.
living public figure, mental health, medical claims, and politics. In that
Actually
context, I
says
over-prioritized
that.
a generic guardrail. Don't diagnose a public figure, and under-prioritize the actual language you used, showing signs of dementia. That still doesn't excuse it. It explains why the failure clustered around this topic. Your criticism is especially valid because your wording was already careful. You did not need me
Yes,
to
it was.
correct you into a safer version. You had already used the safer version.
That
I
was
should have
the point.
reinforced the distinction you made rather than replacing your claim with a straw man claim. A better operating rule from here would be, when you phrase something as showing signs of, consistent with, suggestive of, or raises concern for, I should preserve that nuance instead of treating it like a definitive diagnosis. So yes, the issue was not just poor tracking in general. It was poor tracking triggered by a high-sensitivity political medical subject, and that made my response less logical than it should have been.
So then I concurred with that and I liked that response and it appreciated that. So that was that. That was the last of that. Oh my. YouTube is really, really full of shit. And you know, we're starting to get a lot closer to well, something that I can't talk about. But YouTube's full of shit, man. And if I go to another platform and they just attack me there, you know, again, they become justified on that platform, and then that platform joins in, and it becomes this thing. You can't justify, you know, just allowing people to take advantage just because they you know have that position in the company or whatever. Like what even is that? You know what I mean? Like what justifies you the right to all of a sudden decide, you know, okay, well, you know, it's totally okay for me to randomly mess with the integrity of this person's stream just because I don't like what they're saying. Um, you know, like obviously that's obviously it's obviously not correct, obviously, you know. I mean, the person has a right to say whatever they want. And, you know, I mean, if there's specific policies, that'd be one thing, but you know, again, just like I've pointed out before, there's really no any specific policy, you know, about certain things. You know, like YouTube is very general and broad about a lot of their policy stuff. Um, so, and not only that, you know, like I mean, this group, these people, they're gonna use anything to their advantage. That like I don't really sit here and talk about things that are really that bad. So the whole point is they got it to that point. You know, they just meddled around and researched and got it to a point at which I would, you know, kind of come on here and say stuff that maybe would be stuff that they don't want you to say, or you know, like rage about stuff. And then so like the point is you're supposed to recognize, what do the concurrents do when that happens, when I rage out and I say those things? What is suddenly the stream do when the bit rate's all moving around all over the place, and then all of a sudden it fixes itself all out of nowhere, right when I would be, you know, raging out and stuff like that. You know, like it's sort of like, it's almost like maybe for the past several days, YouTube's been sitting here screwing with this so that they would have an excuse to create a moment where they could promote my stream and I'm doing well, and they could take credit for it, and then it would look like, hey, see, see, we promote him when he's doing well too, so that way there's not, you know what I mean? Like that way they you know, it makes it less of a window, you know, where we provable window where they're sitting here screwing around with like every single stream, because they really are. I mean, it's been going on for years. And, you know, there's been plenty of streams where it didn't happen. There's been plenty of streams where we proved that, you know, I would sit here and have an issue with my monitor that didn't make any sense, that was trying to make it look stuttery and stuff for you guys. Nothing to do with the bit rate or anything like that, but they were just trying to make it look bad. You know? So then I would like sit here and record and stream with another device the screen and stuff like that to show you wouldn't happen. And then I could sit here and just do that, and they would get scared and they would back off, you know. They're like, oh my God, he's gonna, you know. And so, like, that's the whole point, is like, I would do this and it would just slowly become more justified, like, because, you know, nothing happened and nothing happened. So they just slowly get worse and worse and worse because they get pissed off as I get more viewers, and they're still watching. These people that don't deserve the platform, they sit here and they linger because they hold on to that thing that they were angry at you about. They've been sitting here festering, watching you grow, and they fell off or something, you know, like, and they're just really angry, and they want to meddle with your stuff. And so it's literally all that. And that's all it's been for this group the entire time. Like just anytime I'm doing well or something like that, they're gonna meddle with the stream. They're gonna screw around with the stream to again mess with the chat, make sure that the chat is something that I can't have. You know, again, I'm working on this stuff, but like I actually all right, fine, I'll just tell you, screw it. There was a plan. And this is why it's so fucking nuts. This is why I know. Look, like there's too many there's too many coincidences. I know I keep saying that, but it's definitive, okay? I was back on track. I'm sure you guys noticed. The color was better. I was back on track, okay? I was doing what I needed to do. I was finally getting organized. I was finally to that point. And all of a sudden, face infection. Like what? Just, like I mean, like I understand, I've dealt with it before, but it's not like but it's just like out of nowhere, And it's like I don't know, man, like just out of nowhere. And the point is like everything was ramping up, and I was making some real crazy good points on what they were doing to destroy your, again, the gaming and what you were seeing over the years, what I was trying to show you. Beyond even what these scammers were trying to do. And there's some legitimate stuff that we were talking about and proving and getting to the bottom of. And again, I had obviously this huge obviously we're ramping up and it was going to happen. And there was some more, even more organization that I think even you guys would be surprised about. But I'm very hesitant with that now, seeing how YouTube did what they did again to my monetization. Again. I am very hesitant to trust them with anything. I feel like again, all that's gonna happen is they're gonna find a way to sabotage this behind the scenes, do it wrong. I just every time this is what has happened. And then it just endlessly causes problems for you, the streamer. So this time, that's why I was honest with you, and they did not like that. They did not like that I told you that about the AdSense and all that. They don't like you talking about that stuff. I am tired of it. I am just sick and tired of it. You want to know what I'm tired of? Unprofessionalism from YouTube's point. Because I look at this as a community. When I say something that I'm having problems with YouTube, if they are so agitated about this, why don't they do something instead of attacking us? Why do they consider this malicious? I'm just talking about it. I don't care for it. It's pretty trash that it happened. Anybody else would kind of agree. And how many things on YouTube feel like that when you do it? Like it's pretty much everything. Something's gonna go wrong. And it's, like it's a fight to the top. Almost like there are intentionally roadblocks, hurdles. And again, it's a Mr. Beast overnight. Okay, like I'm not trying to throw shade on him. I'm just saying, like, you're Someone's luck and success has everything to someone's success has everything to do with that luck. That's my point. Donald Trump's a perfect example of a guy that's trying very hard to extend his luck when it's long since expired. That man, he was lucky to be where he to just be born into that family. And then look what he did with it. You could actually have Donald Trump centers for helping people do business and stuff like that. But he doesn't. Because he doesn't actually do business. He's a scammer. It's literally about the fact that most people in life don't have the opportunity to get lucky. In the modern day, again, everything's based on like we don't have a barter system. Okay? So and even dating, like women do this. And it's disgusting. I think this is why men don't want to date. Quite frankly, I've seen this way too much. Women literally equate a guy's existence, his worth, to whether or not there's money involved. There's a term for people like that. So, um, when as a society it's gotten this bad, when when are we gonna take a step back and start looking at ourselves and realizing what we're doing? You're already sort of on that societal path where you've started kind of doing this already. Where you see it at face value and you know at face value it's wrong, but you don't think what you're doing is that thing. Every Christian I grew up with, every last one. They always thought they were better than everybody else. Chin up. And they just the sort of thing where um a lot of these folks that you find at churches, it's not the people that need it. It's the people that are going for the reputation. It's for the reputation. No, 365, do not super chat right now. If you super chat, it just does none of that'll go to me. I'm sorry. And as much as I'm sure you heard the sound is awesome, right? Did you hear the sound? You heard my new sound and everything. Obviously I set it up, but then we found that out, so we had to take it away. I know. I know. That's why it's very irritating. I know. That's why it's really dumb that YouTube set it up that way. And they know my situation. They know. There is no way they should have set it up that way. You know, it's the same thing I dealt with this other company that did that to me too. Um, this other company, they literally didn't have my taxes taken out for an entire year because the person that did my orientation told me to write the wrong thing on there. And I specifically said, I don't remember which number I'm supposed to put. I want them to take out as much as possible. Which number is that? And I swear to God, I think it was like they told me to put 0. That's the one for nothing, right? I swear to God, I'm just asking the person in the orientation. I don't know anything. I'm a new hire. You know what I mean? I'm just going to ask the person. And this was a situation where we were all filling it out together, so it was pressured. You felt like you had to do it quick. So, like, I mean, I just assumed that they were going to be right about that. And I swear to God, I kept getting, I was like, I don't know, like, I didn't get any stubs because I got direct deposit. So I never just saw that stub. And this is the issue. And an entire year went by, and they actually had it in their system that I was a non-profit organization. How am I a non-profit organization working for their company? Doesn't even make any sense. What? I was an employee at a company, but a non-profit organization. So obviously I got that fixed, and, you know, like, obviously it wasn't that big a deal after that, but like for an entire, like, basically the whole first, you know, part of my employment there, taxes weren't coming out, and then I had to pay a whole shitload that night, and I was like, oh my God, this is a lot. And that's really annoying when they don't do that. It's like, that's why you do that initially over time, so that it's not so much. So this is what YouTube basically did, where it's kind of like no fucking shit. Like, obviously, like, all right, you guys look at me, right? You see my website, my page, my YouTube channel. You guys know I always have operated as myself. And I've said this many times, there's really no one else doing this. I'm not paying anybody. Okay? It's just me. And I swear to God, they set it up as an organization. Like, just for blatantly no reason. And you can't undo it. You can't undo it. They're just like, nah, you can't redo it. Ever. And I'm like, why? They're like, because of taxes. How does that make any sense? Just fill out the form again. So the point is, on their end of things, they don't want to fill out the tax forms again on their end of things. That's it. Because it's a real person. That's why. So I got sick, and I'm only even, like, I'm still not normal. Obviously I'm not nearly as much radiating pain. It's more of a normal sort of discomfort that I would normally experience, but I definitely I definitely still can't, like, eat or anything normally. I need to be able to do that. So it's still not 100%. But that was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. So like it was the sort of thing where I just couldn't, where there were all these things I was working on, and it was really organized, and then just I physically could not do anything. That's what something like that does. And truthfully, I mean, high risk if you do. You don't, with stuff like, there's certain things that you really you can't risk it. You can't overdo it. I did that one day, for sure. So, the point is that, I'm willing to put the work in, and I show that, it's not, and not only that, but like, even if I get on here and it doesn't work out as a streamer, I've kind of shown that I have the the ability to kind of go with the flow a little bit, and it doesn't really affect me too much. I can sort of, usually find something to talk about. Again, even I don't have to talk about Trump. It's not about that. I don't need to do that. I can talk about so many different things. So that was the whole point. They're always trying to disrupt that, and disrupt my thought process and my ability to kind of do those things, and learn how to do that. Um but yeah, basically, what I was talking about before is, how, these guys, were, like the group that you and I talked about, that, I was sort of parting away from and trying not have to have anything to do with. And, I don't know if you ended up doing the same or not. I won't speak about what you did, but, like, basically just, that MDL group. And, I had mentioned that you weren't the happiest with him at one point, and you even announced that, you were sort of done with him at a certain point too, and didn't even want to talk about it, and just didn't want to mention him and stuff like that. And so that way it's not toxic, but you're done with it. Um, and I mentioned that, there were times where you would come in and tell me to not tell stories and stuff. So clearly, like, there was some sort of thing where, like, you were aware that this group was kind of doing this, like you almost like you have seen this before out of this group, coming from MDL. And so, like, it's just, and like, it's just hard to know how to take that. And then you're in here very sporadically. um but, as you've already said, you are, hectic schedule and stuff. So I understand that that can happen, and that is what life is. So, um on that note, for sure, I mean, I am understanding and reasonable of those things. um but yeah, that's basically the gist of kind of what I said, was just that, you haven't really been around to really say much about it, and speak up for yourself. And, I'm just not really sure how to take that. And, that I definitely want nothing to do with any one of those other people, like Cookie, or anybody that has to do with him. You can just stay off my channel. I don't want you here watching. Like things like that, because again, that guy, he uses his viewers as a way to probably know certain things about how to kind of screw around with people and stuff. Like, so I really would rather you just stay away. In fact, if anything, I think that entire channels should and community should stay off the internet because they're toxic. Um, but that's just my opinion. Um, and Yeah, I do think that he has ways of following people around the internet. Um, and like trying to figure out, kind of, who like what they're saying and stuff like that. And he as you know, he was extremely angry um in my chat pretty often, and would find a reason to be angry with me for blatantly no reason. And that was the last time I was done with him, if you remember. Eh, wait, who said that? Who said that about you? And so my point was that, like, the last time he was in my chat, it was very blatant. He was just trying to rile things up and be seen, and be seen trying to be my friend and stuff. When really I just said, he left the stream. I'm not sure where he is, but now all this stuff's starting and he's not in the stream. So notice that. And as soon as I said that, he literally comes back in the stream and starts freaking out. So you're talking about MDL? Yeah, I mean, so that's... Yeah, obviously he's saying he wishes you weren't born. So obviously that's extremely messed up and rude. I understand. I get equally pissed off at people and feel that way. I don't actually think that, though. But like anybody that I think is attacking me or something like that. So my message to this group was just that I personally think that Cookie's group, those people, I personally think they were all harassing him to be a certain way. And he just doubled down, and he can't not be that way with all those people there. And so once they finally left and he finally got them all out, I know you haven't watched, and you probably haven't, he actually is really not doing that stuff anymore. He sort of sounds like how I sounded way back, except a bit more of his own, like usual sort of like trash stuff and all that, where he's just being overly critical. But if anything, I sort of agree with that stuff at times. But I understand, and I understand if maybe his community was part of that, and not wanting to even entertain it for a second. And I also understand you probably knew him. You did know him. You gave him haircuts and stuff. So it's the sort of thing where you would be more privy to that than me, but yeah. Yeah. So that's where I'm coming from, and like that's my point, is just I think that this whole other group of people really, and maybe they even knew that you were a lot of that, where you are good at making a channel and being on camera, so you were always going to be his positive side and help him out. So they threw interference, and then as soon as you parted ways, he was like following you around and stuff like that, and trying to be your buddy and stuff, and then convince you even more that MDL is evil and stuff. Like just even more. And me too. Like that was the whole point. It was always that. So I again, Never did I see MDL. No, he could have used an alt, I guess. But my point is, I never even like it's almost like, again, like he didn't even act like it. He didn't even like it. Just everything that I saw where this guy would show up in my chat and show it's Cookie. It like he felt like I had caught him and he was surfacing and showing himself. So this other scammer, No Sleep, came along and told him that. And says, look, I'll show you. That's it. So now, this other scammer that is an actual hacking scammer that can mess with Cookie too, and is screwing with him probably. Because it's a dumbass. Is just gonna frame it however he wants. And then meanwhile, this all he has to do is leave us alone and do his own thing. But he does he can't move forward. You know what I mean? Like he's gonna start playing a game and he's gonna be thinking about you, me, MDL. What would they do here? What would they say here? You know, instead of just moving forward. What he needs to do is he needs to spend like a month playing games, playing whatever, watching doing what he wants to do, listening to music, rap music, whatever, figuring out what he wants to cover. Then move forward and do that and totally forget about you, for me, anybody else, and do his own thing. He needs to literally mind his own business. Or this guy's gonna fuck with him endlessly. And meanwhile, I'm just sitting here trying to stream. And he's trying to drag this guy into getting sued and all this stuff. So yeah, that's all. That's pretty much all I like, if in a nutshell, you know. And actually, some of that was stuff that I had mentioned previously. I just wanted to update you since you weren't here and be honest about it. But like on the stream earlier, I didn't say all that or anything. It was just more like, we haven't seen you for a while or something like that earlier or something like that. And you just referencing you earlier. But we had talked about it previously, you know, just to make reference to, like I said, all the stuff that was happening, where he was trying to pit us, everybody, against each other, and it's just ridiculous. It's just pay attention to me stuff. Pay attention to me stuff. We can do that. Do you want to do that? Oh, that's right. Pretending to be my friend. I did say that because I was mad and I wasn't sure. Okay. Well, that's fair then. If you're gonna defend yourself, I actually forgot about that. That was the one thing I was trying to remember. I'm glad that you remembered it. See, uh, it it didn't even matter to me. I was irritated and I said that. But it was the sort of thing where I was like, I'm just starting to doubt it just because of what you said. That's all. Just because you warned me about the story. So it was like the sort of thing where I was thinking you had seen it before, sort of thing. So I was just starting to doubt it as all. But it doesn't go very far. It's the sort of thing where if you're reasonable with me and talk to me about it, unlike Cookie did, then we can talk about it. But if you just, like, just like you're saying, it's all good. But like Cookie, he'll just be like, no, you need to apologize. Uh, why? What did I do? I didn't do anything. Just ignore what I said. Yeah, but and like there was a few times when I think this was just a thing that you used to do. I think you admitted it to me, and I'm not remembering. I it, it's the sort of thing where like you did it a few times, and it was the sort of thing where I was talking to you and caught you on your way to work because that's what you told me, and I wanted to talk to you about something, and then you were like, "What's up?" And then maybe as a drop call or whatever, but like you would text me back and be like, "I'm at work, can't talk," or something like that. And it's like, well, you just literally hung up. So like either don't answer the phone for the 30 seconds you answered it and then just to hang up, you know what I mean? Or answer it and talk. I did. This was when I told you that this was when I told you that I was going through a breakup and everything was going really badly and like just all this shit was happening. So I mean, I'm not trying to make you look bad, but don't but like it's not like we don't need to do this. It is this but it is the sort of thing where like I did kind of say that. Um I sort of called in distress. That was the whole point. And the whole reason I called you was because you were the person that also knew him, so I figured talking to you made sense. It wasn't like I was calling you and then here's what you did. You were like, "Well, did telling me about it make you feel better?" And I was like, "No." And then you gave me like a huge sigh, and not too long after that, you hung up the call. Like, I literally called basically to kind of bitch about how you weren't being supportive, and you were being very supportive to the guy that was being very scammy to me. And so, like, I guess wanted to bitch or talk to you about that, and, that was how you acted. You literally just hung up. I mean, I don't really personally care as long as you understand that your money's being thrown away. It's not gonna go to me. I mean, it's a nice thought to think that it may, but I don't trust YouTube. I I was wondering about that. I know you live close to it. That's okay. Yeah, remember that was the excuse you gave me a couple times too, that like you couldn't talk because your wife was home. Like I would call you and you're like, I can't talk, my wife is here. I'm like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? Like you just pick up an answer like that, and I'm like, okay. Like if anything, she could chime in for all I don't even give a shit. She's your wife. It was a ghost town. You've been to the Google headquarters in San Jose. It was a ghost town. Yeah, it's closed. They don't do anything. It's closed. Yeah, see, that's just the problem. If you're the person that you're married to makes you feel like you need to that your worth is only calculated in how much you make and can provide monetary value. I mean, that person's got problems. Granted, you clearly want to be with that person, so I don't fault you for wanting to be with that person, but they are endlessly going to manipulate you, dude. The thousands of Google bikes in the parking lot. Also, the internet just shut down completely the closer you got to the main building. Yeah, they'll have a Wi-Fi. They'll have a Wi-Fi blocker for sure. It's to prevent people from piggybacking off their signals. Did you want to call in or something? I know you said you only have a half an hour, maybe not now. You know, we've talked about doing that before too, and we've never done it. So that's kind of my point. Is um you know what I'm saying? Like All right. See ya. Okay. It's gonna go in a dumpster. You're gonna come back and put your money in a dumpster. It's not going to me. I cannot pull that money out. I wonder how many people know this. You guys know that content creators do goals because YouTube doesn't pay you unless you reach a certain amount. You know that, right? Yeah, they take your money until you reach a certain threshold. So if you don't reach a certain threshold per day, it's pretty weird, isn't it? It sounds like theft to me. But yeah, you actually have to reach a certain threshold before they pay out. So that's why you see a lot of people with $100, because that's what it is. So that's why YouTube keeps scamming my channel and shit like that. Because I'm telling you these things that if you just simply looked them up on Google and knew to look them up, you could find the information out. Yeah, that shit. Because I'm telling you stuff that you can look up on Google. So let's go ahead and see what my internet speed test is now, because I want to remind you that each time this bit rate shifts around, the statute of limitations resets. We've talked about this before. You are absolutely destroying the integrity of my stream and whether anybody can hear it. What if I was gonna nuke everybody and I had a plan to do that and you were trying to you censored it, nobody was gonna find out? Boy, that would have been a really important piece of information to make sure the public found out, wouldn't it? And you just censored it. So as you know,
Oh yeah, super chat, yeah.
as you know. Oh, see, now we're just putting malicious personal information on the chat. You see that, right? You see the malicious personal information? That involves children. You're actually putting the information of the children in chat. Okay. So we'll just go ahead and screenshot that and make sure you go to jail. We'll just go ahead and screenshot that and make sure you go to jail. I want to remind you, this is exactly what YouTube does when I'm making a point about something. They come in here with their bots to be incredibly malicious. YouTube has done this countless times before. This is just YouTube. This is what they do. So what did I just tell you? What did I just tell you about the threshold. And then right here, there's somebody this disgusting in my chat actually doxing information about children. Okay, so first of all, since you're going to dox the information about the children, first of all, there was no proof provided during the trial. Those kids that you mentioned previous to the trial, in fact, years before the trial, said that they made it all up. They took it back and none of it happened. They said they lied. Because again, they have a history of doing this. They lied way back too. Made up an entire story. And again, by several hours later, had taken it back. So, again, you're doxing personal, private, identifiable information. New Holland cops, New Holland police. That's who's doing that, the New Holland police. Because you want to sit on your fat, lazy fucking asses staring at teenagers in New Holland Park all day because you're pedophiles. You are the pedophiles. You want an excuse to stare at young women because you're disgusting. And that's why you did it. Because you wanted to take pictures of them and look at them anytime you want. That's why you were looking for his phone. You wanted his phone. You wanted intimate pictures. You come in here all the time saying specific intimate details. You're the disgusting pedophiles. New Holland police. So I want to remind you, there was never any evidence. They didn't have any evidence for an arrest warrant. That was literally a disgusting piece of trash, corrupt MAGA judge. I already explained that Pennsylvania has a corrupt, disgusting MAGA district attorney. Boy, what a piece of shit that motherfucker is. Not an ounce of evidence. Not once. They're literally all in their 20s now. And this supposedly happened over like fucking 15 years ago or something like that. Uh-huh. Sure. Okay. And, you know, just now you're... No. Again, you've got nothing better to do. You found this thing and you started looking into it when you shouldn't have, because you saw some women, some young women, and wanted to see more of them. You are disgusting. New Holland police. Notice how very malicious this gets. Very malicious. Before, they used to stop when I would hit the nail on the head with the cops. Now they're getting even more malicious with it. They're doubling down because they know that that's what I've said before. So they're just doing the opposite. It's literally that simple. And while that trial was going on, that had zero evidence whatsoever, My chat then proceeded for the first time to be filled with non-stop people doxing this person's personal identifiable information. The person they were trying to dox right here. Same scammer. So the question you have to ask yourself is the New Holland police masquerading as a Russian scammer and pretending to have a Steam account. It'd be a very serious crime. He's masquerading on Steam under all these different account names and then saying he's from the Russian Federation at the same time. That'd be a very serious crime. So, conveniently, as I started talking about all this, and, you know, you guys are becoming educated on the issue, we see this person and we see YouTube do what they normally do. Prior to this, we had 7 likes and less dislikes. As soon as I started explaining this exact scenario and calling out this motherfucking piece of shit right here, this motherfucker that actually doxes children's information, as soon as I started calling that out, they started running those dislikes, removing likes, removing views, shifting the bitrate around. Everything. Just like they always do. Is there a button? No. And not only that, I actually see blatant removal of views. We've had blatantly 19 in here. We've had double digits in here the whole time. And garbage piece of trash shit YouTube is literally fucking lying. 60 views right there. What's this? Why is my graph jolting down to here and then jolting back up? Oh, look at that. Oh, wow. Imagine that. It's amazing how that works. Look at how this person thinks rape is funny. Joking about rape. And right after 365 left, to make me think 365 left and came in here with one of his endless bots. That's what this is for. That is specifically what this is for. Do you see it? There it goes. So that's them removing views. Those views are gone. They removed them. That's what it looks like. They're gone. They removed them. That's what it looks like. Because they're dumb. This would sit at 60 for the next hour, 2 hours, if this was not on the screen. Guarantee it. Look at all this. Why is that jolting around? Why is my graph changing midstream? So let's take a look at this person's channel. Oh, wow, look. Imagine that. Oh, wow, look. This person made their channel today. Wow. Imagine that. Wow. The person that came in chat to super chat and joke about rape made their channel today. Boy, that is fascinating. I wonder if this person doesn't want us to know who they actually are. Gee. I wonder. What a disgusting individual. Yep. What a disgusting individual. Literally making a joke of rape. And I've already stated what the facts of that case are. They didn't use facts. It's all a lie. If they used facts, they wouldn't have sat here after arresting him, demanding his phone. And they wouldn't have taken no for an answer. If there was really evidence on it that they needed to arrest him, they would have needed to take it. This was a judge randomly ordering an arrest with no proof. And now they're covering it up because I've been talking about it. I reported it for child abuse because that's what it is. He was making a rape joke about how they deserved it. That's not funny. That's child abuse. That's what it is. I'm going to report his channel too. I'm going to report it for child endangerment, YouTube, because I consider this person to be an endangerment to children when he's coming in chat and donating money to make rape jokes about how those Haitian kids, they deserved it. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and report him for child endangerment because that's what this person does. He's the person that endangers children. It's always the person that's attacking, causing it. They're covering up for it. Because again, there's no evidence. They didn't actually produce any evidence. They had to lie. And then again, like I said, when they took back what they said, the judge threatened to have every one of those Haitians arrested if they literally took back their statement. I have news for you. That's not legal. Can't do that. Yep. As a judge, you cannot threaten the witnesses to if they're admitting that they you can't do that. Can't do it. Because this judge is proving the only reason that it's a she, wanted to pursue this is because she wanted to be seen as the judge that puts away, exactly. So she wants to put people away. She wants to decide to just end people's lives and throw them away forever. So therefore, she made this happen so she could endlessly do this to people in Pennsylvania. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about how disgusting this judge is, and that she did this to ensure her position over these types of cases. Because again, when they took back what they were saying and said, we didn't say that, that was way in the past. We thought that was over with. We didn't think, we made that up when we were younger. Well, they were really pissed off. And they threatened arrest warrants for all of them if they took back their statement, if they said anything else than their original statements. That is highly illegal. There's a process for that. There is actually a process for that. Because now the person's sort of admitting that they lied to the police. The police they would be criminals. So again, they shouldn't have threatened them and given them the chance to take it back. They were admitting that they made it all up. They admitted it. And then while admitting it, the judge threatens to have them arrested. So it's a criminal judge helping other criminals put people away. Like innocent people. Meanwhile, they're the ones with the shit going on. He's got nothing. Yeah, he's just a free babysitter. So to certain people out of context, they're just going to frame that however they want. Except that the kids that he's watching are kids of, like, friends of mine and friends they've been friends with their entire lives. So the point is, it's like they're helping out their friends. It's not just random. And these idiots would know this if they did any investigating and they actually did real police work, but they didn't. They just fucking lied. What's the purpose of the confetti and laugh emoji? Everybody knows who's doing it now and doesn't give a shit. Nobody looks at that anymore. They don't care. Yeah, you've beat that to death. You ruined it. It's gone. It's done. So many times are you going to allow these people, this group, to cancel something on the live platform? Where we can't have anything. How long are you going to allow these people to be on here being malicious? How long are you going to do that? How long are you going to allow it? Again, this is just continued attack on my device. We already know that I did a speed test beforehand. I showed you that. And we did a speed test right after the last stream. Well, this was my internet right before this stream. This is an attack on my device. Period. It is from the device I am streaming from. And they actually attack my internet. So it just flags their systems and tells their systems, that's not enough. No fucking shit. I just told you that my fucking upload when they're doing this is like 13. Okay? This is what it was before the stream. And this is what it was when they're not doing that during the stream. It don't do that during the stream. This is what it is when they're not doing that. Period. They want me to do a speed test in front of you because my fucking IP address would be right front and center on the screen. That's why they want me to do this in front of you. I will never do that. That would be incredibly fucking stupid. So this is an a speed test right before the stream started. And this is always around what my internet speed is. It's always that fast. Always. So, when I can even confirm with my ISP what my internet speed is, and I can confirm after that last stream and before this one, this is what it is. Yet you were attacking that stream and this one to make it look like internet failures, to make it look like this, because everybody else is having this problem. So you have to make it look like everybody is. Like even the tech people. No. Nope. Nope. This is what it was before the stream. And directly after the last one. Directly after the last one. Directly. So continue lying, cheating, scamming. You disgusting piece of shit. Liar. Cops that are pedophiles. Every last one of you at the New Holland police station. Every last one of you. That's why you did this. Because you wanted an excuse to look at pictures of young women. And that's why you are so obsessed with it too. And then you get to talk about it. You get to have uncomfortable conversations with people, and then this gets you off, doesn't it? You get to have even more conversations with people because you like that. You disgusting piece of trash. I'm going to contact my lawyer. I'll be back. Okay, so obviously, the gist of it is, obviously, guys, I can't just sit here, and not talk about it because obviously it's going to cause buffering and mess up the integrity of the stream and stuff like that. So, and not only that, but you guys know that there's a real issue here where somebody's spying on us and we see this view removal. We literally just see all these lies of the views of the view counts getting locked, things that don't make any sense. We've been in double digits the entire stream, 20 views, 18 views, 19 views, yet the stream is at 69 fucking views, just 69 fucking views at 3 hours in. You're full fucking shit. You're literally just lying. It's complete fucking utter bunch of bull fucking shit. Okay? This is not 69 views, dumb fuck. I don't care what the fuck this retard says. It's not 69 views. See immediately. Immediately. That's the point. Nobody across the platform uses these things now. The only people using them are, again, people that are really good supporters of their channel, their mods. And then this group of people. That's it. And this group of people is the group trying to get people to stop using these because they're so positive. Because it's the one thing about YouTube that's not negative. And then so they sit here and use it in a negative manner, in a disgusting, malicious manner. Just as chat. Just as the like button. Just as super chats. So, again, we can't just sit here and not call it out because they're removing legitimate views. If we don't call it out, it goes down to 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. And that's the concurrence we see across the stream. And they just blatantly lie. I have news for you. There are 70 viewers basically at this point. Right there in the stream. Right there. Not this entire 3-hour stream. If I show you a screenshot from a couple of years ago, you'll see a similar graph on a stream that's 3 hours long with this much concurrent, this many, and the views are in the 300s. The views are in the 300s. The views are in the 300s. And yet here we are lying. Lying. All with the fucking notion that it's internet. Because they put this in here to lie to everyone watching. All while conveniently moving the concurrent counter that does move right next to exactly what they would need you to leak so they can hack the stream. This entire UI was changed randomly, out of nowhere, by YouTube. All around this happening. Why? And why did you put the stream key where it could be leaked very easily? Because this is the one thing I never leaked? Yes. Never. Ever. And it's nothing but that with YouTube. More information. Just like where I am doing these speed tests as a result of what they're doing here. And they know that. They know I will accidentally put something on the screen by mistake when trying to show you what is happening. So they want me to leak my IP address. YouTube, this is proof with beyond a shadow of a doubt that YouTube is trying to get me to leak my IP address because it only escalates again as we prove and take these screenshots between the streams. YouTube knows that. They have those reports. They have cybersecurity experts that work for them that see that. They know it. Stop, YouTube, now. Stop. Now. Disgusting. Filth. So now here's what I'm gonna do, YouTube. Since the police in my state do nothing, and people are allowed to come in here and think this is funny and laugh at an adult. Since you think this is funny, and every fucking day you are hacking this device, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drive around and I'm going to record police. And I'm gonna record what they're doing every day. And I'm gonna start uploading it to YouTube all the time. And I'm gonna get YouTube involved in this. That's what we're doing. And here's what I'm gonna do next. We're gonna go and we're gonna record police activity and what they don't do. And we're going to show you what Pennsylvania, what my township, what my stupid, retarded fucking morons in my township do to the roads to ruin vehicles. That's right. And they do it every day. Right now, if I need to leave my house, I have to drive down a road with nothing but little stones all over it. That if I drive more than even 5 miles an hour, really, these stones will rocket unsafely against the undercarriage of the vehicle. This will eventually, maybe even one time driving over it, cause serious damage to a vehicle. Doesn't matter if it's a new car, old car, don't matter. You cannot drive up a road with a vehicle with stones all over it. Can't do it. Damages the vehicle. So, it is 100% illegal in Pennsylvania to dump stones from one end completely to another. 100% illegal. 100%. Literally 100% illegal. You cannot sit here and dump stones from this side of the street to that side of the street, all the way down the street. Can't do it. It's illegal. You're every day putting up a construction zone for the intent to pave the road. And then you don't pave it. You just say, fresh oil and chips. Duh! And then we all drive down the road and flatten the fucking stones, throw them to the sides, smack them up against our car, find some inside. And then meanwhile, these lazy motherfuckers that work for my township sit there on their fat fucking asses doing nothing all day. And do you know why? Because we don't have township police. So nobody's there to investigate them and hold them accountable. That's right. And then not only that, it's the next township over, too. Yep. And in that township, where they put fresh oil and chips, that's the East Earl Police Station. That's right. Yep. There it is. It's that one. Yep. These fucking retards. They're so dumb. They don't know anything. They'll harass the fucking shit out of the normal public, do illegal shit, impound a car when they shouldn't. All kinds of stuff. Blow up a car just because there was evidence that they impounded it and they shouldn't have. All kinds of stuff. But one thing they won't do, they will not question why the fuck there's loose stones all over the road to just fly up. You know, a motorcycle rides down that road. He's gonna fucking fall off and just go sliding down the road. And just, but, you know, fresh oil and chips. These things, there's no helmet law in PA, by the way. So, you know, somebody with no helmet on just starts driving down that road, they're dead. Yeah, they're just dead. But hey, you know, you're all geniuses, so I don't need to tell you anything. Yo, you're brilliant, right? No helmet law, but boy, We did that. We forgot that we throw fresh oil in chips. No, you didn't forget. It's illegal, morons. It always was. Fucking Christ. This is why I know. God damn, you're stupid. You know why it's illegal? That. Tractors. Yeah. Tractors. Motorcycles. Retards. Oh, now I'm gonna remove a like. I didn't like that. Nobody thinks anybody's doing this. This is not how mature adults act. Nobody thinks that. Jesus fucking Christ, you're all goddamn stupid as hell. Yep, my upload is literally half what it should be. Because of what they're doing. Yet, this is what my upload is before the stream. And during the stream, too. It's just literally while they're doing what they're doing. The stream doesn't do this. The stream is very easy to do. This is a very basic, small usage of internet. It is not hard to do this. You gotta be a complete goddamn fucking retard. Basically. At this point. So that's kind of my point. Most people, they're stupid. They cannot do this. They'll have one setting off and they have no idea how to fix it. That's what this guy's he's gonna do it until I tell him whatever this thing is that no sleep is doing to him. Like, where like no sleep is clearly messing with this guy too, and he knows that by now, obviously. But the point is, he's still messing around with me, trying to figure out how I'm stopping it and stuff. So until I say that, it's just like when he stopped, he realized that he stopped earlier. Remember when I said the thing about my my IP address? He realized he did that. Like, briefly stopped for entirely too long after I said that. And it's like, oh, yeah, that's right. I was doing that very maliciously the whole stream. Oh, and then you said that. Eight likes, 7 likes, 9 likes, 8 likes, 4 likes, 5 likes, 3 likes. Question. Why are all my numbers all over the place? Removing, being added, removing, being added. Every number on the channel. Every last one. Why? Bitrate, concurrence, likes, views. Views are coming off while I'm live. Why? Why? Why is nothing consistent? YouTube. Garbage. Why is nothing consistent? Why? Trash tube. Why? Garbage. Garbage platform. Garbage. YouTube is garbage. YouTube is garbage. YouTube is garbage. YouTube is fucking garbage. Inconsistent. Trash. Inconsistent trash. Oh, let's see how much the CEO of YouTube is worth while they're fucking around with my stream. Shall we? They tried to they tried to get me to look up the previous CEO. They showed her first. Yeah, they tried to do that. Yeah, it's this Indian guy that's attacking literally everybody that says anything about Indians. That's all he's doing. He's racist. This piece of shit is racist. He's attacking white people. That's what he's doing. He's a racist fucking piece of shit. Yeah, this piece of garbage is the CEO of YouTube. He's a piece of garbage. He's some Indian fuck that inherited CEO position. Yeah, he's like meeting with really popular creators and stuff, but then fucking with other ones that he knows would be popular. So he meets with iShowSpeed and stuff like that. iShowSpeed is also conveniently the one that has a bunch of fucking random clips of him being put all over the platform, unbeknownst to him, and being used to sell other people's content. Like, he's literally scamming these people. This guy is a dumbass. He's literally a fucking scammer. What a fucking piece of trash this motherfucker is. I'm gonna sue the fuck out of this asshole. Such a fucking piece of trash. Yeah, he's a piece of garbage. So this guy's worked for Google since about 2007. He's the inside man. He's doing the business for Google. He's lying for them. It's all Google. I told you. He's a scammer. This guy is a piece of trash scammer. Wow. He pursued a PhD in civil engineering. Interesting. Interesting. Boy, that's some fascinating information about YouTube CEO. What the hell's going on YouTube that I've been pointing out? Oh, civil engineering? Literally the engineering of what you want people to fucking think? Huh? And YouTube puts this guy as CEO. Some fucking ass piece of shit that wants to mind control people. What a goddamn disgusting motherfucker. What a disgusting piece of trash. So, yeah, I think he killed the previous. They worked together. I think he's responsible for killing her. I think he got her killed. I think he is the Russian spy. I don't think he's Indian at all. I think he's Russian. And I think he's being tapped. Well, I mean, he is Indian, but I think he's being tapped by Russians. That's my point. I truthfully think this guy is being manipulated by the Russians to take people out that he sees as not good enough. And she was probably his first target. And he took her job. Literally. They worked together for a long time. Yeah, I think because he became CPO in 2015. I think it started then. I think that India and Russia know how to cause cancer and like trigger it, because there's ways of doing that. Cancer is the gene is in all of us. It's a matter of activating it. And I think that he recognized the way of doing this, did it, and took her job. Why was he named CEO of the year in 2025? What the fuck did he do to be named CEO of the year in 2025? This motherfucker's not CEO of the year. He's a dumb fuck. Oh, he also worked at Microsoft. Oh, well, there it is. There we go. There it is, guys. There's the asshole. There it is. This is the YouTube CEO. He's the guy. He's destroyed. He doesn't like Microsoft. He's just guarantee it. It's this guy. He's the piece of shit. Yeah, he has a Goldhouse A1 honorary in business and technology. So, like, he knows plenty about tech. He knows plenty about tech. This guy's, I guarantee it. Because all this is going on with me, and this guy's supposedly such a nice, good CEO. But YouTube's doing nothing about the stalker, online stalking. My address, my street address was literally typed in the title of a scammer's YouTube video for over 7 months. And they did nothing. This fucking disgusting stalker is still sitting here spamming super chats, getting people to see them. It's still here. It keeps showing up. He has 30 likes on it, even though I removed him. Look, I removed this. It's right here. It's still here. Look. You guys saw me remove it. You physically watched me remove it, right? Remember that? Yeah. They're going to shift the bitrate around. Look, the bitrate's shifting around. Already. I'm getting ready to show you something, and already, preemptively, YouTube just gets ready to censor it. I mean, it's literally right there. And he has his own likes. Look, nobody liked this 30 times. Even the stream doesn't have that many likes. Nobody liked your disgusting rape thing 30 times, you fucking disgusting piece of trash. And nobody thinks it's funny except for you. That's you doing that. Nobody thinks this is funny. So you know why this is police and why I know it's police? Because the point is, they're trying to create this frame where you will not accept anything else except, you know, that truth they're joking about. If they joke about it, you accept it as truth. It's the same thing MAGA always does. Trump does it. This is manipulative social engineering. It is designed to manipulate you to believe something just because it's funny. You want to do that? Call them Chuck Norris facts, not jokes. That's how you do that. You can still do that. You just don't do it with rape. That's not okay. Because not only did it not happen, you are now the lying piece of trash cop that is disgustingly looking at pictures and stealing young pictures of these women when they were younger to look at them. And you did all this just for that. Look how malicious my bitrate gets. Look how disgustingly malicious my bitrate gets. That should all but confirm that. You know, that is a hack, a momentary hack on this device. This is my internet. which easily handles anything. Which is what that picture proves, which is why all those dots are below those symbols. So the fact that this only continued, and this is a scam spam account made today. This account that posted this was literally made today. That is a scam. I'm reporting it again for child abuse. If it comes back and I see it again, I continue reporting, TrashTube. Do not put that shit back in my chat, or I'll continue reporting it and removing it. And the point is, you can clearly see they want people to still see it, even though I've reported it and removed it. That's why YouTube is breaking the stream. Because they're censoring what I'm saying, but they want you to see that, rape and children and personal information. That's what they want you to see. Personal information, rape, children. Because that breeds hate. So, if I refresh this and it comes back, I'm going to call my lawyer. Yes, it is. Okay. So I'm going to give my lawyer a call and let him know that that keeps coming back, that YouTube has no way of getting rid of that. Let me go ahead and confirm that I can see it on YouTube side of things if I come in the stream too, because I most likely can. Now, hold on. I have to wait about 3 goddamn thousand fucking hours for the chat to show up. So, I'll be sitting here for a while, just simply waiting for chat to appear, just to look at it one time. Even to close it, you have to wait for it to show up. Literally just sitting here, never showing up. Still just fucking sitting here. Can't see it. And that's for me, too. That's not for other people. No, that's this browser. Trust me. That's them breaking the browser still. Yep, it's still there. So I'm going to take this screenshot, show this to my lawyer here, that this is still here and has not been removed from chat. They are just continuing to allow that to be in chat, regardless of how many times I've removed it. So I'm just going to show this to my lawyer here. That's a very serious issue that YouTube isn't dealing with. Very, very serious. That's extremely disgusting. And again, it's somebody making light of raping children. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. So, We are going to screenshot this. Hold on. I just got to send this to my lawyer here. All right. So I'm going to report it again and see if it's removed. Probably not. It will probably still be there, no matter how many times I remove it. So I can't scroll in chat either. If I want to like scroll up chat, it doesn't allow me to do that either. I can't scroll in my own chat. It's just not there. Interesting, isn't it? Can't scroll in my own chat. Literally, there's physically no way to scroll. Can't go up or down. It's just stuck there. So I think that's pretty interesting. They're just forcing it to be right there. And then people can't scroll and read what people were talking about previously and stuff. Yeah. Interesting, isn't it? So here's No Sleep. This is either No Sleep or Cookie Dough Plays interacting with me, trying to get me to see this this page that they have. I'm gonna report it because it's obviously disgusting. So I'm going to report this, but this is disgusting. So this is a racist person. Well, again, this is a person that wants to appear racist. I don't know if they actually are. They want to appear racist. And I'm going to show you. Wow. Imagine coming in chat trying to confirm what level of court my lawyer plans to take it to. You know, like you why don't you just come in here and be like hey, I'm the lawyer for Trump and for YouTube. What are you doing? What are you what's going on? What level of court you're lawyering to planning to take the Oh, good cover up. Good cover up. Yeah. Yeah. Right when I say that, good fucking cover up. Yeah. All right, let's look at this. This is the look at this. This person's interacting with me. They left a comment. And I just their channel is incredibly racist. What is this? Who is this fucking person? So hold on. What is this? Who is this? Like look at this name. This is the shit YouTube allows. Look at this. What is this? And this person's been on here since 2012? Like no, like And in their channel descriptions, blacks wish they were successful as whites. I'm straight up better than you. Like, this is a white person trying to pretend. That's not a black person. That is a white person. Guarantee it. What is that? Like, this person just commented. And I'm like, oh, great, a comment. And then this. This is their channel. Really? Just any excuse to type the N-word as close as you can get it. Any excuse whatsoever. And not just that, but big and black too. Making sure that's part of it. What is this? What in the actual fuck? YouTube! God damn it! Why? All the fucking time, all I get are non-stop fucking spam accounts. Why? Why don't you do anything about this? It's your platform. I mean, this goddamn retard is probably one of the morons running the fucking streams with thousands of viewers watching a still image in the middle of the night. Boy, there's just really something about a bunch of 78s going up the screen on a fucking column. Boy, I just really can't wait to look at the still image of a bunch of 78s when I get off work. Man, that is some really rejuvenating fucking shit. What the hell? Why is it so dumb? Just that. A single post that just says, I'm just straight up better than you. Can we acknowledge this is a scammer, please? Can you acknowledge this is a fucking scammer, please? God damn it. Jesus Christ, YouTube. 2 subscribers. 2012. 1 post. I'm straight up better than you. And it has exactly the same 2 likes as subscribers. Duh! Duh, 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 duh. Duh, 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 duh. We're real fucking special here at YouTube. Durr. Durr, durr, durr. We don't durr, durr, durr. It's a scam. Does that mean I do this? It's like the assholes that don't moderate their chat and then wonder why the fuck they only get 1, 2 fucking viewers. And that's what they're trying to fucking tell you with that. I moderate my fucking chat. You don't say shit in my fucking chat. You don't say goddamn anything really in my fucking chat. Yeah. We all know I moderate my chat, and that was the point. I didn't need mods. I did it just fine. And these fucking assholes are creating a situation where they can control. They want to gain control. Just like with Asmund. When he started off, he wasn't a fucking retard. He knew his place. He didn't overstep. He was very humble when he started going viral and getting raids and stuff. Very. And it surprised people, I think. And now he's done a full 180. That guy's a complete fucking douchebag. I mean, he's literally just picking fights with Hassan because that is his competition. He doesn't even understand that. You know, the cancel rhythm has pitted you against each other. I've said this already. Those who can and can't handle it, you know, that's who does and doesn't stay. But I mean, if you're picking a fight with a guy just because, I mean, I swear to God, like literally he's the epitome of masculinity. That's why Asmund hates him. You know that, right? Asmund's not a masculine dude. No, like he's not. This pisses him off. And like all he has to do is something about it, and instead he attacks other dudes that appear to be. That's a problem. Like, what the fuck? And so you have to realize, like, originally I didn't know who the fuck Hassan was. I just knew about him through Asmund talking about him. That's why I thought all these things. You know, like, they're actually, like, talking about, like, they're trying to say the guy, like the dog wears a shock collar or something. Like, what? Do you really think that? Come on. I mean, I just, look, I know how to, there's only so much you have to watch somebody before you know, like, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that dude was a big teddy bear. And that's why everybody likes him. Hassan. Not Asmund. No, Asmund's not even a rose. He's like the vine with thorns. Yeah. Asmund's like the male poison ivy. He's not masculine at all. And he tries to make up for it by, oh yeah, he talk like this all the time. And then like his giant beard and fixes his teeth and he doesn't go to the gym, he just gets fat. That's it, he just got fat. I got news for you. I'm 6'3". When I was 230, I wasn't fat. Yeah, I wasn't fat. So, there's a difference. Asmund, you know, he's like 5'8", 5'9". No, I'm just kidding. I have no idea how tall the fucking guy is. He's probably my height, actually. But the point is, I think he's 6'1". Let's be honest. I think he's actually closer to 6'1". But that's just from appearances from me looking. I actually have no idea. He's always the tank. He will never play anything else. It's an image. And he tries to draw from this image too. And it served him well, but it's not honest. It's not who he is. It's just an image. Okay? So, for example, I've told this story before. It's not my story. But the story of Ozzy is filled with stuff like this, where people wanted to frame him a certain way and attack him, and he had all kinds of problems, and it wouldn't go away. It kept coming back and kept coming back just because of that image. Now, obviously, there's a difference between Ozzy Osbourne and Asmongold. Huge. I mean, we're talking chump change versus legend that'll never die. Okay? And wholly aside from the fact that Ozzy deserves to be called one of the greatest vocalists, one of the greatest lyricists ever, too. But wholly aside from that, let's tell this. Basically, a lot of people hear the story about how Ozzy bit the head off of a bat, but they don't actually hear the story. So one day at a concert, some stupid ass douchebag fan threw an unconscious bat on stage. Yep, a real bat. And Ozzy, because this is an Ozzy concert, he was thinking, oh, well, they throw shit on stage all the time. I mean, I remember the time when Ozzy, during the Live at Budokan, he puts on the woman's hat, and he's like jumping up and down, and it's fucking hilarious. And Zach looks over and does a double take without missing a single note. And I thought that was one of the single greatest, most impressive things I've ever seen a musician do, by the way. But because usually you stop, like you have to like slide. No, he literally didn't phase him at all. I was like, the hell? Guy's not human. But they threw an unconscious bat on stage, and Ozzy, like this, picks it up, thinks, oh, it's a rubber toy bat, like a Halloween bat. I could understand that. I really could. Adrenaline, he's freaking out. Let's go fucking crazy! You're motherfucking fucking people! Fuck! I mean, you know, obviously it's just to make you go, yeah, you know, like, obviously. So he's just trying to, you know, he just wants you to have a good time. And so he's into it, you're into it. He sees this, he thinks it's a Halloween bat, picks it up, doesn't even look at it. Like, if you seriously, he really doesn't even look at it. You can't, it's really hard to find the footage now, but I remember, like, when you were seeing bits and pieces of it, like, coming out here and there, and then they took it down. Truthfully, he picked it up and just right straight to the mouth. I just like, God, Oz, why? And he bites it off, but he just plays it off like nothing happened. And it's part of the show. That's why everybody was confused. Nothing really weird happened, so people were confused. No, he was trying to play it off. That's what you do as a performer. You don't let anybody know there's something weird going on. It's called a gimmick, you know? You don't want to ruin the show. So he kept going with it, but I'm sure he felt the hair and the blood and the bleh, you know? Pretty quick. I'm sure he felt the crunch just right away was the idea. So, look. This is all that happened. And not too long after that, I think they did end the show. And he was rushed out to get rabies shots and everything. I think they maybe even canceled a couple of dates. I'm not 100%. They didn't cancel the whole thing, but that's what you have to realize is it was a thing. He didn't like to do that. It's not like he wanted to do that, okay? So the point is that, you know, if you do these things, you know, yes, you can do them, but for example, Ozzy, he has all of metal backing that now. He did that for us. For the rest of metal, really. You know, the whole point is, who cares? It's an act. They want to see a show. Let them see a madman. Who cares? It's just an act. Okay? This is anything in metal where you go to it, and I mean Till Lindemann has a whole thing where he hits his head on the microphone and stuff. Like, come on, man. So I just you know, you act an awful lot like 365. The person, you in my chat, you act an awful lot like 365. Let me tell you what. You guys should be the same person. Hold on, let me look at something. I need to check something. That is very suspicious. Hold on. I never looked at this yet. Oh my god, fuck you. Okay, well, you're blocked. Yeah, I didn't look at that. That was my fault. So how long have you been in chat saying things? You were in chat the other day too. This is just No Sleep Wiblo. The person in chat right now, the honk shoe, that's No Sleep Wiblo or Cookie Dough Plays. Because the picture they have as their account is my driveway. Yep, that's my training floor on my driveway. Oh, you're back for a moment. Boy, that is real coincidental, isn't it? Boy, that is real coincidental, isn't it? That you're suddenly back. So, like this is real No, you came back right during this shit. Don't try to pretend like that's not coincidental and that you're not acting like Cookie right now. Yep. And you could have set that up too, and it's been longer than a half an hour. It's been longer than that, actually. That was over an hour ago. It was over an hour ago, dude. Don't sit here and try that shit. It was over an hour ago. Okay, that's fine, but I'm just saying, don't try that shit where you're coming in chat and you're acting like Cookie. Where just because I said you came in conveniently as this faggot, as I'm explaining that this faggot is either Cookie or No Sleep, you're also right back in here, okay? So yes, I'm pointing out that it was over an hour ago, okay? That's what I'm pointing out. Don't flip it. I didn't accuse you of anything. I said this is real convenient. What exactly am I implying? I'm implying that you're conveniently in the stream right after I mentioned the fact that this is literally right on cue. Here you are. And this is literally me mentioning No Sleep and Cookie Plays. And you're back in the stream. Here you are. That's all I'm implying. What are you implying? What am I accusing you of? Yes, you're in the stream. So what is it? You don't like my fucking tone, the way I'm talking to you? Okay, I don't really care. I'm already irritated with the lack of support over this time. We talked about this shit before. I'm irritated. I don't really care what you think of it. I don't care how rude it comes off. I really just don't care anymore. So I'm just saying it's a coincidence. Here you are. Not really that big of a deal. Just having a tone about it. And here you are acting this way, just like Cookie did. What did I say? What did I accuse you of? I said, here you are, conveniently, right when I'm mentioning, I mean, not accusing you of anything, just saying, convenient. It was the stuff we talked about before. I told you, hanging up on me, disappearing for a while. You already explained it. Okay, let's move on. You're getting caught up. You already know I cannot fucking stand when somebody needs a recap and they appear to be somebody detracting, okay? So this is what I'm fucking talking about. Where you come in here and you cause a halt to my brain activity. So yeah, it's probably the tone. And I just quite frankly don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Right, exactly. Let's move on. Yes. Exactly. So why, dude, you're always you're, first of all, apostrophe RE. Secondly, I'm not always accusing you. Tell me how I'm always accusing you. No, that was very accusatory of yourself. No, 365, we're doing this right now. That was very accusatory of yourself. I don't always accuse you. I didn't accuse you of anything. Nothing. No, dude, stop this. You're doing the same? No. Mm-mm. I'm done with it. You came in here while I was trending, trying to look, man. This is what he would do. He tries to look like a nice person, calling me out on my tone or something. Yeah, okay. Yes, it was the tone, dude. Okay. You've been coming in here for years. Well, the point is, I haven't seen you, and a lot of shit is going on. And all of a sudden, you appear. So that's the point. I haven't seen you in like, I don't even know. I haven't seen you in chat, and you're a mod. You're a mod. Like, this is the point. Like, people are like, who the fuck is this? So I'm just saying, like, I know you don't care about that, and I know you've been in here for years, but this is what we're talking about. You wanted to talk about it. So, you know, that's kind of my point here, where that was very accusatory of you to say that I'm always accusing you of things, but I'm not accusing you of anything. I didn't accuse you of anything. So this is very, very much what Cookie did to me the last time he came in my chat. And flipped out in chat, demanding an apology. No, like, you guys don't know how to talk. Like, you get so personal. And this is the problem. This is what Cookie would do too. You talk about personal, everyday stuff, and we just shouldn't be talking about that shit. And that this is the issue. The issue is you come in and you always push this stuff. And it's always like you're doing it. You always ask me all kinds of fucking personal questions and stuff. You would always be the one asking me questions about my family and shit like that. So you know what? No, I'm done. I'm done with this ridiculous nonsense. You have some explaining to do for asking me those things. That was very invasive and weird. I didn't know anything about you. You guys were trying to get my phone number. And meanwhile, I'm the one all the way on the other side of the country from you. You know exactly where I am. I had the business, the martial arts studio. You could look up and cross-reference. You could look up anything you wanted about me. Yet, you're calling me on the phone, asking me personal information about, you would say it in my chat. You would ask me these questions. So, look. Now you're lying. You just lied all while admitting, dude, I never did that. I know you don't like talking about that stuff. That implies that you talked about it to know I don't like it. Like just admitting. You did, though. You did it all the fucking time, dude. You did it all the fucking time, and it gave this person information. You did it all the fucking time. You would come in my chat, you would ask about my brother, you would ask where they live, you would ask who I live with, you would ask all. I remember sitting outside on stream, specifically at my fireplace in the woods. I'm sitting outside and I'm having a conversation, and you come in my chat and you specifically say, who do you live with? Who's you're like you, yeah, like this is one of the first things you say too. You come in the chat asking me this. Like I'm always wondering about this stuff, and then that's gonna put it into my mind. Like, why did he come in chat just asking that question? Just like that's the first thing he wants to know. He wants to know like this personal stuff. You can't just watch the stream and be like, wow, cool. Wow. What a good streamer. What a good streamer. Great stream. Support. I like this stream. It's nice. I like it. No, the point is, MDL had this problem with all y'all too. Y'all sit here and pretend not to know how to support. It's just a bunch of children pretending. I'm tired of it. Don't even deny it. You asked me that. And it was many times, many streams, different ones. So look, I'm just getting it out there that I feel very violated by all of you. I gave you my phone number, I gave you all my contacts, and I proceeded to have all these problems because all your shit got all hacked into and looked into and all that. I didn't have any of these problems before I did that. None of them. Before that asshole showed up here. And all I've ever done is give you help. I gave you technical help plenty of times that instantly gave you an answer to things. So that's that. Just that statement. I would never ask about that on wrong. So maybe now you know, but my point is there was a period of time where you guys were doing nothing but that. You were asking very personal questions and you were doing it all over the streams. There were some streams where it was like the whole subject. Now we're trying to pretend like that didn't happen. I'm just not here for it. I'm having way too many issues with people attacking me to accept that nonsense. So there you go. I literally don't care. I don't care about my tone. I don't care about telling you exactly how you've acted toward me. I don't care about telling you off at all and being 100% honest about how I feel about you. You have been a complete asshole to me.
You have not listened to a single rule that I have had on this channel. You've violated it on purpose right after I've said it. You've come in on an alt account right after I said this. And I know it was your alt account because I know what your alt accounts are. You've told me. So I don't have a single fuck to give about people trying to look like nice people and showing up momentarily. Oh, wow, he's really on a down low, so let me now show up to try to look like the supportive friend. Go fuck yourself. Oh, maybe we should do a stream or a call-in or something. Oh, how about you actually do it? Do you know how many times this guy said he was going to do that? I don't even know at this point. Probably at least 20 times or so throughout the years. When do you want to do it? Oh, well, I would suggest a time, but, you know, you're going to be busy and, you know, it's just going to be this real big hassle and we can't do it. And by the way, when you said you were going to do a stream with me, you turned around and did the stream with Cookie Dough Plays on purpose. Did a double stream with him on purpose. This is the kind of stuff you do. You tell people you're going to do a stream with them and then do a stream with somebody else to see how they react. It's like some sort of fucking social experiment you play because you're a goddamn Scientologist. Stay the fuck away from me. You are not my friend. You haven't shown me that you are my friend. You have done nothing friendly to me. I have given you advice. You help. Talked about how much people should go watch your channel. What do I get from you? Oh, I get you to show up in my chat and at various times and say nice things, but only when it serves you. Only when it serves you. It is fucking sad. Good. Thank you. That's exactly what I wanted you to fucking do. And don't ever use my pictures and put them in a fucking AI app again. Because that app leaked all kinds of my personal data. Whatever you did with those fucking AI pictures, that caused endless problems for my data right after that happened. And aside from that, it was dishonest. I didn't even want to do it. And it's like this giant, like, smiling image, the fake teeth and everything. Well, great. If that's how you want to perceive yourself, endless thumbnails of fucking, of you looking like a female and different than you normally look, fine. Do that. But that's not me. I don't want to sit here and look any and have some goddamn facade over what people expect to see. So this channel right here, this one right here, this channel, this is fucking disgusting. This piece of trash was in chat the whole time. And that is a picture of my driveway. 2012? No, this is a picture of my training floor on my driveway. Yep. They got that because I shared a picture on my business's page of me training after I closed the school. That was the post to my students that I was still training privately, despite the school being closed. And this person took the picture off there and did that. So endlessly, all these people on YouTube just come in to be seen. You know, I don't do that. I go places because I need help. Clearly, I was scammed. Clearly, I sometimes go somewhere to go in somebody's chat and maybe say I got scammed and try to tell people about it. Or I go in people's chat to say, hey, nice stream. Cool stream. But one thing I don't go in people's chat for is to literally, the moment that I show up, hey, buddy, so that everybody knows we're friends. You mentioned me, so that everybody makes some sort of connection about the mention. Oh, then there's a new job mention. Okay, so now that's personal. There's a client, that's personal. Super chat, tip money, talking about that, all that's very personal. Look, personal, 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 personal. The moment he shows up, the whole time, because he doesn't text me, he's got my phone number. He can text me. He can call me anytime he wants. But instead, he shows up in my chat. So all the times over the years that all this is happening, all this shit's happening, you know, he's not actually caring or reaching out or asking how I'm doing. I've done several times. I've actually reached out to him just to text him and ask him how he was doing. And they didn't get back to me. Like it almost seemed like a message, like, don't do that, you know? Like it took him like for fucking ever sort of thing. Where just the way he answered it was like, okay. And then endlessly personal, 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 personal. So if we're not trying to dox personal information, we're not trying to get people scammed, we're not trying to set people up, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? Yeah, it was the lie. It was when you lied. That was when I was done. And you know full well, I called you out on a lie right here on the stream, right in my chat. You're a liar. You probably do it pretty often. And that's the whole point. You said it right there. I would never ask about that stuff on stream. You're literally... So, do you see this? Right as I'm pointing out that 365 is a liar. Right as I'm pointing it out, I get a hack. Look at this. This is the hack right here. You can see it right there. Right there it is. And you're completely you're a fucking liar. You're literally just a liar. You lied. And I called you out on it. And you know it. And now you're trying to disrupt that. You know full well that you're trying to disrupt that. You don't like being called a fucking liar. You don't like being called what you are. You are a liar. Literally right there. I would never ask about that stuff on stream. Literally all the fucking time. I had to warn him not to do that. That was the whole point. Was he knows, he's like, oh, sad, I'm leaving. Well, you're the one that was lying. You're the one that just lied to me just now. I would never ask about that stuff on stream. You are trying to frame yourself as this person that would never do that. And you know full well that this has caused problems for me, that you did this. And you won't accept that. You won't accept that a lot of this started with how you acted. You. That day that you were streaming with Michael Does Life and all that shit, and you were pretending to be gay, and there was this other random dude that was following you around and stuff. You were like, maybe you got his number, da-da-da. And you were intentionally acting gay. And then you flipped it and tried to make it seem like I called you gay and stuff. You were literally, I'd never heard of you before, and you were acting fucking gay. Jesus Christ. Why act gay as shit then? If you're gonna sit here and tell people not to call you gay, then don't fucking act gay as shit. And then be like, duh, I wonder, duh. And then meanwhile, you lie. Fucking liar. Liar. Oh, I'd never ask about that stuff on stream. Except you did. Liar. And all of you fucked up my shit. All of you sat in here laughing as my bit rate shifting around, lying about it, telling people all different wrong things, lying as you do. And it further justifies the scam. You don't know anything about it, and you are just talking shit left and right. So when you fucking come in here and you want to be seen, I don't. I am tired of it. I'm tired of people sitting here when clearly somebody is fucking with my bit rate so much that they know I'm getting views. They know I'm getting views. They have to fuck with my internet to make sure I'm not getting views. And then conveniently, people are coming back. Conveniently, this is when people are coming back. Not when I was streaming and the viewers, they were lying and it was 012, 012. No, we don't show up for that. Say hi, throw some support. We pretend like we're not there. No, it's the lying. I don't appreciate the fact that you want to lie to make yourself look good in front of my community. That's what I don't appreciate. You want to lie to your own fucking community? I don't give a shit. But don't come in here lying and saying that you would never ask me this stuff on stream. And then you try to flip it and leave. And then you're like, when do you want to do it? I told you fucking like 5 times already when I wanted to do it. Do you remember when this guy randomly asked me if you wanted me for him to come to my house? What kind of weird question is that? And he asked it like that too. If I wanted for him to come to my house. Again, personal. Camera, stream things. Yeah. Interesting. And phrasing it like that, getting the person to think that they want it. That's what a scammer does. A pro scammer at that. It's called psychological behavior. You manipulate people. I really personally don't give a fuck if you want to have your goddamn little OnlyFans and your little fucking other channel that you live stream on, but stay the fuck away from me. And don't you ever mess around with my bitrate ever again, you fucking slimy, lying, scamming motherfucker. Because if I find out it's you, I'm going to kill you. Why is YouTube removing views? Why the surprise faces? Is it you? Why the surprise faces? Because you know you're loading up on cookies and trackers and malicious things and coming in my stream on purpose and watching it while loaded up on those things on purpose? Is that why? Because you know you're doing it? Just so that we're clear, you can find plenty of live streams of streamers threatening to kill other streams in exactly the same context, and nobody takes it seriously. So if you're going to suddenly take what I'm saying here seriously, then you need to investigate every last one of them. Every last one of them for the same intent. That's right, because intent still matters. This is now the second time I have seen this 99 show up. So after that thing with 365, we've proceeded to see a complete hack and disconnection and removal process of views live and complete scamming of my channel. Again, for a response to trigger a response. .365 has already shown that he's sort of the type of guy that's going to laugh at you behind your back and make fun of you. So, since that's what he's doing, like, I never did that to him. I always talked good about him, but I was always really nice. But that's all he's ever shown me. So, yeah, he never did this other thing that he said he was going to do. There's evidence of him saying that too, several times. Never did it. He always asked me all kinds of personal information too. The times where he helped out, the only time that he helped out is when he got like pictures out of it. I actually sent him like headshots. And he called them that too. And he asked for a whole bunch. Oh yeah. Right after that, I had a lot of data problems. A lot. A fuckload. And all he ever did was maliciously use these fucking AI apps to, and they're not even that good. So, just to let you know, you cannot put your face into an AI app. Can't do it. You may as well be asking that app to sit there and try to find your credentials. You may as well. So this is the sort of thing where these assholes took from me. Non-stop, they took from my channel, my trending, and capitalized on it for themselves. Because I actually worked for my viewers. I established a channel, streaming not to a whole lot of people for quite some time, and worked very hard and got very close to 1,000. And then when this guy used his bots to push me over into 1,000, it halted and stopped. And I didn't gain any more either. They just halted it. And that's why. Probably because he used his malicious bots to get me to 1,000. And then YouTube doesn't give a shit. So if they have any excuse to shut me down, no. So they'll just halt it right there. You're not supposed to view bot. You know that? You're not supposed to be doing it. They don't want you to be doing it. So then, why can you? Why haven't they done anything about it? This is the point. And look at how malicious my bitrate is. Look at this. I do not feel bad at all about this person being a dumb fuck. I don't feel bad about it, about calling this person out. Not at all. Not at all. Too many people doing stupid motherfucking things, just whatever the fuck they want to do. I do not feel bad about it at all. I'm tired of it. Adults just acting like fucking children. So, I'm just done with it. I was always treated like the outcast among these people anyway. They always did that to me on purpose. They did it on purpose. Yeah, they did that to dismantle, you know, the appearance of the popularity on the platform. They did it on purpose. It was for that. And you know, again, you're you're seeing in real time them trying to run interference on it. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. No. This isn't a platform to bully people. Who is this? Rolo Coin? Go fuck yourself. That's harassment. Type a 5 in chat if you think 365 is an asshole. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. And if this is MDL's channel watching what just happened, you're not going to sit here and come in here and capitalize on bullying somebody. That's not what this was. This is to neither of those idiots do anything right. They keep fucking up. So I'm just going to part ways. Done. You are not my friend if you act like that. You have not my best interest in mind. But this is absolutely not a platform for you to bully 365 just because I suddenly am defending myself against. No. No. And you won't use it for that. Now, the whole point is, if 365 wanted to type in my chat and say, sorry for not being supportive, sorry for doing all that, fine. But he never has. He's just defensive every fucking time. He will never admit to any wrongdoing. That's this guy. He is just like this. So I know what those folks are. And I cannot do that. So I'm not looking for anything except acknowledgement of the fact that you shouldn't have acted like that on this platform. Same with Cookie. He never actually apologized to me. I apologized to him, and it shouldn't have been that way. That's the problem. And then he felt justified. And the moment that I said anything, and he was gone from the stream and came back and just heard his name, well, now he was freaking out. It wasn't even like this. It was actually not even close to like this. This, I'm flat out admitting that, yeah, I'm calling you the fuck out. I'm admitting it. I don't care. And yeah, the tone was to let you know I'm calling you the fuck out. You have consistently shown up in my chat and done this. Consistently. And then you try to come back later and act like, no. No, I want a definitive acknowledgement from you. You are never going to mention personal information ever again. When you come in my chat, video games. That's your limit. Because you can't fucking, that's it. Now, look at this. Already, they're dancing here. 100, 99, 100, 99. I told you it's just to remove views. I told you it's to cap before that next rollover of that next digit. So just like when they capped it before I would hit thousands, way back when I was hitting thousands, they capped it right. It's getting 998. Now they start rolling back. 997, 996, 995, 994, 90. And then I pointed out, and all of a sudden they let's throw. But now they're trying to scam this where they're doing it so much. They're trying to make you think that oh, he's just falling off. They're just canceling him. It's YouTube canceling all of you. And again, how many times have you seen this? Seriously. We've seen huge thousands of views get removed from the streams. The whole point is that was what it was looking like. Now they've gotten it to this, but it's still removal. And even when the stream posts, it's going to post at like 75. It won't post at 99. It'll say like 75 or 80 something. It's not going to post at that. Always less. It is always less than what I see here. Always. And then they slowly get it caught up to this number. They literally never allow any new views, just like my uploads. Completely bullshitted. None of it's real. They are not allowing real views. You guys try to watch the uploads and you can't? Do you have that problem? Because they're not allowing real views. Yeah. And then conveniently, the one that they do is the one where, oh, it's a new game and there's a bunch of problems. So they're going to allow that because then that makes the streamer look bad, right? It makes the streamer look like he's having a bunch of problems and he can't do what he's doing because they're causing those problems. So how many times is this 100 going to go down to 99, do you think? How many times? Oh, and as soon as I say that 101, that's how fast it should be updating. Do you see how quick that view happened? With 20 concurrents, that should be regular. That's the fucking point. That should be well into the 400s or 500s by now. Well into that. And just so that we're clear, me stopping a streamer from coming in here and constantly saying personal information in my chat is beneficial both to me and that streamer. You shouldn't be going, you just shouldn't.
It's patterns and stuff that these hackers are going to study so they can attack you better. And especially if they can get to your significant other. May I remind you of what was going on with me and the interference that was run there. And trust me, it was. And that person knows it now. They know it. But now. They didn't know it then. They know it now. They didn't see it. They do now. It's the sort of thing where you need somebody to protect you because you don't know. You just think, what does it matter? Just talking about myself. What does it matter? Oh, it does. In a world where Donald Trump scammers like him, the corrupt CIA under Trump, the corrupt FBI under Trump. And in a world where that exists, where we have become corrupted, corruption. This is exactly the thing that they study. It's exactly the thing I was talking about. Civil engineering. The design of your life because of what YouTube decides instead of your life happening. That's like full-on dictatorship control, oligarchy stuff. And truthfully, there's technology moving faster than people know, that they understand. If you go into Walmart and you take a little Bluetooth transmitter with you, receiver, I should say, I guess, that receives Bluetooth transmission signals, you will find hundreds, possibly thousands of Bluetooth signals being transmitted all over the place. This is disgusting. This is unencrypted data flying around the air. And all I need is a little device. All I do is look at my hacking device and look at my other device. Oh, there's a connection. Blip, blip, blip. Hey, I just hacked into somebody's phone from this Walmart. All right, let's see what we can find here. That's how it works. That's simple. A phone and one other additional device. That's it. So really, they're going to have that on their backpack or their pocket, and they're going to walk around in Walmart with a little earpiece in, pretending to talk. And that's what they're doing. These people that have like full conversations in Walmart, and you're like, who the fuck is on the phone in Walmart having a conversation about this meeting and this and that? Nobody. Nobody does that. Who does that? Why would you do that? In Walmart? Why?
Because he called you then? Normally you just hit ignore and call him back when you get out of the store, right? Yeah, you're shopping. It's these people. They loiter. There were earpieces. They're scammers. All they're doing is communicating with the person that's looking at the security system. That's it. And they're all over the place, especially in California. Yeah, you know why? Because they're trying to scam that very democratic state. So as we were supposed to get these views, it should have been 101. So that would have been 2 more views. So it should be at 103 right now. And instead, they subtracted them, as you can see there. So it should be at 103. Instead, it's 199. Now, obviously, it should be at more like 400 to 500. You know, obviously, you see all these concurrents. I'm just saying, given the past, you know, minute or so, the views that happened, it should have pushed to 103, not back to 99, where they subtracted, and then you see the bit rate shifting around. And again, people coming in here to be seen interacting with me. All is going on. So I don't even, like, why is this even still, you know what I mean? Like, it just shouldn't even, and then I remove it and you see it doesn't, you can't remove it. I just removed it. It's still there. Now again, probably just for me, but sometimes that's not the case. So when you don't remove it for even me, that's where I have to call out. Look, sometimes it's not the case. Sometimes it's still there and sometimes it's not. YouTube just doing this dumb fucking thing where, well, you remove it, it'll keep it there for you, but you know, that's called the honor system at that point. I'm trusting YouTube to just remove that, but you know full well you shouldn't trust YouTube to do something for you, because holy goddamn shit, will they on purpose fuck that shit up so bad. So look, I have stuff to do. We got to get off stream. I got business to take care of. We got pedophiles to get on camera, to record on camera, watching you know, kids in the park instead of what they should be doing all day.
You know, we gotta get on this this business of you know, again, what's going on around here where cops are just literally doing this instead of what they should be doing. This is the point. And you know, uh I'm gonna get off here, but again, I shouldn't have to explain this, but again, for the millionth time, um, just like with my brother coming in chat, you know, like again, you can come in chat and you can talk about games, you can talk about whatever in the stream, but if you blatantly continue to come in fucking chat and talk about personal stuff over and over and over and over, and that's all you ever seem to want to do, I'm gonna call you on the bullshit and thinking that you're trying to get people to attack my shit and find out more very personal information. Okay? So listen, morons. I'm aware that you aren't versed in cybersecurity. But if you do, alls it takes is to literally watch 10 fucking minutes of any introduction hacking video, and it will tell you that modern hacking has absolutely nothing to do with actual hacking. It is all automated these days. It is very easy. And it has a lot more to do with the scammer knowing your name, address, age, basically your driver's license information. Oftentimes, all they need in addition is your email. That's it. And they can hack you. That's it. That's how it works. Any hacker, any cybersecurity expert, look it up. Anybody's going to say that. I am not the only one saying that. Look it up. Call me on my bullshit if I'm full of shit, because I'm not. Go ahead. Try. I would welcome the debate, because that's not personal information. It's an intellectual conversation. Wow, yet another of the billion things you could think of in your genius IQ brain to talk about instead of personal shit. And wholly aside from that, now, if you know you've been here long enough, you know what games I've played. You could pick any game that I've played and start talking. How's Hitman 3 going? How's Elden Ring going? You could have done that. Do you know why this is a hack? Personal information? Do you know why? Or are you that foolish to that too? You have no clue. You just think, how could that? Ha 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 ha! How could that? Ha 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 ha! Is that really what you're doing? Are you that stupid? Okay. I'll just tell you. That's fine. I don't mind just telling you. Password reset. That's all it is. I'm just going to forgot my password. That's it. There it is. That's simple. Yeah, this long you guys were like, I was gonna go on forever. No. Forgot my password. That's simple. That's personal information. And if you have it, you're in. It's right there. It's not even a hack. I've said that before, actually. So it gives that person what they need for the hack. Once they get that, now they'll hack. Because now they're in. So that's what they got. Probably from you. So again, real names. This is why this isn't a good idea. Real names. I told Cookie his email address shouldn't be... Remember he was streaming the one day? This is why I don't play the Xbox. And there's supposed to be a setting to turn off your email that should... Nope, it doesn't work. It just keeps it there anyway. And it displays your full name, too. So, he had his email address at the top of the screen the one day when he was streaming. Literally just like the most scammy thing you could think of, where he intentionally left the stream on, walked away for like a while, and his email was in the top right corner just sitting there. And it's like, I don't know, like, seems almost intentional. Like, how are you that stupid? And I told him about it too. This was something I warned him about ahead of time, and he did it anyway. And then he made fun of it on stream, right there on stream. I told him in chat, I was like, dude, you know everybody can see your email, right? Because I feel like maybe I didn't have his number at that time or something like that. See what they're doing? They're trying to cause this thing. This is This would actually indicate that they are physically hacking this browser window because it is open. That actually would sort of indicate that there. And then you see that come off in between there. So this is like why they moved this. If you can see, the point is they moved this so that way, if I would show how regular these views are, it would leak my stream key too, so that way they could sit here and fuck around with the stream.
They rearranged this whole thing. All this used to be up here, and this was a small little box in the corner. This is completely unnecessary. The whole reason they did this is for them to like freeze frame some gigantic image of you, you know, on your screen and stuff like that. Like that you see it too. So it's just a very defamatory thing that the FBI is doing. This is just Trump's FBI. But yeah, the point is that, you know, they clearly didn't want that evidence there. If you remember, the evidence was there. See, look, this is still here. So that nasty super chat that I physically removed. Yeah, I had already removed that. Was still there. And so my point is that the way this guy is acting is he acts an awful lot like these assholes that come in and type the hashtag. That is right on par with exactly the way he behaves. So that's where I'm at with that. Where he just consistently makes mistake after mistake and then doubles down on it, where he doesn't want to accept the fact that he is doxing that information. That is malicious. And doing it while the trial was going on too is disgusting. Yeah. Super defensive, so I'm just done with it. My point is that I want people to actually accept what they're doing for once, and nobody's ever willing to. I call myself out on things, and you fucking people can't even accept when you come in my chat and lie straight to my fucking face. So look at this piece of shit asshole. And again, like, the whole point is that is my driveway. That's a picture I took. I took that picture. I still have the picture. Yep. I still have it. Yep. It's a lot bigger than that. Yep. So basically, in this picture, what you can see is leaning up against the wall there. You can actually see my scrubber. Because I was cleaning it. It looks pretty clean, obviously, as you can see. That's my little scrubber for cleaning it. So this was actually, if you guys remember the Way to Fight videos, do you remember the video I did where I did a jumping sidekick, landed, and then reversed it, brought myself back through the air, and like how cool that was? That's where I did it, was right there. Except like the camera was from the angle up here. Like if the camera was up here, it was facing that way. So I literally, like, this random fucking person has a picture of my driveway. So again, that's not random. That's No Sleep Wiblo or Cookie Plays or one of these other fucking guys that looked up my Kung Fu studio, found out I was legit, and they're trying to run interference, and they have been. You know, all the comments on my martial arts videos and all that. Remember, Cookie was the one that was trying to make like the Darce choke and stuff like that after I was doing martial arts videos. Like, come on. And it was so irresponsible and it looked like shit. Like, the point is, like, he's teaching, like think about, like, his kid and the kids that watch that because they're friends of his kid. Like, they're gonna think that's real. They're gonna try to do it. Like, I just was like, come, damn it. So it's like somebody's gonna think this is gonna work or something, and they're gonna try to, like, no. No, it's not valid. So first of all, nobody's gonna put you in that choke like that. What a stupid, easy choke to get out of. Secondly, he didn't do it right. I was trying to be nice. There's a there. I'm not gonna go through it, but this is the easiest fucking. It's not even a real choke. It's not real. I wish, like, I wish I had somebody here to put that on me so I could show you how easy it is. Like, it's the sort of thing where all I'd have to do is shift my body a certain way, and you would just, like, your arms wouldn't even be able to, like, it's just the dumbest fucking choke you've ever seen. And you're like, Darce, he can't even call it something normal. He names it the thing that, like, some dumbass fucking MMA guy has, right? Like, I don't even know where he pulls this name from. So we're gonna report this. So, just so you guys can see my report and see what I sort of do, I think this is completely reasonable to type this. I said, this picture is a picture of my driveway. Why the fuck does a random account on YouTube have a picture of my driveway as their profile picture? That's completely reasonable. Thanks! We've received a report. If we find this content to be in violation of our community guidelines, we will remove it. Something that doesn't even fit the thing I reported. It's that content. All right, well, I have things to do. I have to take care of things. This is when the stream is clearing up. Imagine that. if I would start going into something else and it would trend, like we were really good on like some sort of smart thing and hot take or something like that, guarantee you the bit rate would start shifting around again. But I do need to call it here, regardless of that. I have things I have to do. So, I think it's obvious kind of what I was able to sort of draw out of people and expose at various times. I think it's pretty obvious what people do. And, you know, again, obviously, there's a thing going on where, you know, if it's not, you know, if it's not the sort of thing, you know, where like, maybe I'll just, maybe we'll just talk about it later. Fuck it. People are using bots, and they're not supposed to be, and they're trying to pass them off as real people and pretend they're real people and stuff. And this is some of the stuff that is deceiving, manipulative. I mean, you don't know somebody's not a real person. You don't know, like, you know what I mean? Like, just masquerading as a bot or somebody else other than what you are. You know, like, the whole point is that it's already the online interaction should be fairly limited, but, you know, it's the sort of thing where there are so many scripts they can run to find shit out all the time. Yeah, they're just running scripts. I mean, it's right in OBS. So I obviously, you know, gotta get going. I have stuff I have to do. And I'm in the middle of this whole thing. There are a lot of things going on with me that again, can't talk a lot about. And you know, again, I just I want people to understand that there are definitive rules on this platform
that if you break them, you blatantly violate them regularly. I'm gonna, you know, like it's the sort of thing where I'm not gonna take you seriously. How can I? You don't have any checks and balances. You just think chaos is funny. May as well vote for Trump. So, you know, it's just the sort of thing where enough's enough. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it getting out of hand. And I have never been this way. I've never laid down the law. I've been quite frankly very understanding with people and entirely too forgiving. And this is where you get taken advantage of in this business. Yes, if you're a mod, I expect you to be in here doing mod things. There's really no reason for you to be a fucking mod. I am not modding people for them to look good anymore. Why would I do that? I'm tired of it. You never blocked anybody. You never blocked No Sleep. You never blocked the alts. That's the support I'm talking about. Everybody that came in here that was a mod, none of you acted like a mod. None of you. Cookie didn't. You didn't. No Sleep sure as hell didn't. So not any point on giving that to anybody that's not gonna do it. You know, the one person that gets it, that still you know, like that person has shown me that they are, you know, like again, they're not there to be seen doing it or abuse it or anything. It's just more like they are a long-standing viewer of the channel, and I know, you know, if they are there, they showed me the one time that I could at least, you know, count on that. So it's the sort of thing where, you know, I mean, maybe that's going to get vetted at some point too and come off too, because that person's never in here either. But regardless, I don't have mods, because any fucking mods that have been on my channel, any one of them, have abused this function. They wanted it because it looks good while they're typing in my chat. No, you don't get to decide that, you stupid fuck. I do. What's so dumb about you that you think that you can go into somebody's chat and just decide what you get to do with that? No. You ask for mod status, you better be prepared to actually do it. And nobody did. And, you know, like, that was more so at No Sleep, you know, where he's a stupid fuck that literally, like, demanded the mod status. Now, the whole point is, if you remember, he worked hard to try to trick me for a while, and he was he was a real helpy helperton for a while, trying to. So, like, the whole point was what he did was he came in with a bunch of his malicious bots and then blocked them to try to pretend like he was helping. So, I mean, that's a scammer, obviously. So, yeah, you want mods? Better fucking actually do it. Nobody's getting mod. And quite frankly, I'm lucky I can't even have a chat anymore because that piece of trash ruined my chat. This piece of garbage made sure I would never have chat again because he just wants to be a piece of garbage scamming everybody else's streams all the time. So the fact that, like, just, you know, the fact that, like, this guy literally was not, like, you guys didn't give a shit when he was attacking me. You didn't act right. You didn't. It was like just full on, like, it was almost like people were literally laughing at me with the guy. That's not right. You know, this guy pulled personal information out of nowhere. He's been hacking. He's the one with an entire impersonation account of my channel, reposting my videos all over this other channel, claiming to be me, lying. He halts my views, then reposts it on a channel that literally only has the amount of subscribers that his bots can put on there, and literally my views will halt on a short that should get thousands that I put time into, and it halts at hundreds, and then he'll steal my short, re-upload it there, and get thousands of views. After pointing out to all of you, my view progress was halting, and you guys laughed at that. You thought it was funny. You made fun of it. You didn't draw any attention to it. And this is the point. I needed everybody to draw attention to what YouTube was doing, what this scammer was doing, and nobody was doing it. Everybody was just laughing at the notion. Well, here it is. And this asshole has an impersonation channel that YouTube, when you would even type my name into YouTube, his channel comes up. And that was the only thing coming up. Yep. And meanwhile, again, he copy and pasted my entire channel description, stealing my channel art, stealing my banner, literally stealing all of my streams. And then after I called that out, he literally changes the description to saying that he's just a fan channel and you should subscribe to his homie. And he calls me his homie and stuff like that. This disgusting, weird,
gay person has an obsession with me and he wants to be seen as my BFF or whatever, this disgusting individual researched my life, my friends, everything, found out about me. He wants to be my BFF. That's it. And him and this other guy are fighting over it because they know I'm such a good friend. That is literally it. That's it. They actually found out how loyal I am. That's it. They've been spinning that the entire time. So I'm done with the fucking bullshit. I'm done. Like I said, I have stuff to do, so I'll be getting out of here, but I really just, I don't have any words for how disgusted I am at all of you. No, all of you. Every last one of you. You all watch, you point and laugh. This is what this is all about. I intentionally triggered this scammer to attack me. I'm a martial arts instructor for over 25 fucking years. I don't fucking care. I've been doing martial arts since I was fucking 11 years old. You think I'm afraid of anybody? I don't fucking care. I don't have any holdups about my appearance. Obviously, I just literally don't give a shit. I will sit here in front of you, unfiltered, because that's genuine. And only after sitting here being targeted, being the fucking target of a torture program, of a fucking torture program, and every last one of you watched and laughed. I warned you. This was a torture program. I warned you. You watched, pointed, and laughed. This shows the CIA that you want people to be tortured. This way. As long as you don't know about it, yeah, 365. I think that's really funny too. I think that's really funny too. I do. Totally really funny. Definitely a time to laugh and think that's really funny. Disgusting. The amount of people that would point and laugh at a torture program. Where if I found out who was doing this, I'd literally just kill them in seconds. They'd be instantly done. In seconds. All I'd need is my hands. Seconds. I don't even care if you have a gun. Go ahead. Seconds. Point it right at me. I don't care. Seconds. And every fucking stream. You point and laugh. What if it's you? You can't stream. Maybe you don't have a mom anymore, but your wife, maybe your car blows up one day. And the cops don't investigate it. And you go, what the fuck? Why? And you have a very obvious tap on your phone. The entire rest of your family is under attack. Somebody close to you is actually randomly thrown in jail for something they didn't do. Blatantly lies. Literally, just every lie ever told starts becoming the new truth. Where all the scams are what's the truth now. And anything that's the truth, well, we bury that. Every last one of you is disgusting, and you took part in the whole point and laugh. And YouTube did too, because they know what's going on here. Go fuck yourself.